Yare yo, yare yes. Obi benya one fi yare. Yamfa yare nso nya nipa. Sichire yare ni no. Sickness can determine the last straw of your life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and loved ones, supporters of our foundation, the CL Foundation for Health, Diabetes and Asthma and Cerebral Palsy. We are knocking at your doors, knocking at your pocket, knocking at your emotions. Support me and my team to support people living with diabetes, asthma and cerebral palsy. Your donations are welcome on 862-215-2007. Your Zelle 862-215-2007. MTN Ghana numbers 055 000 5077 055 000 5077. It is the MTN number. CL Foundation for Health and Support. Help us with the diabetes equipment, glucometers, wheelchairs, old clothing, new clothing, financial support, and let's give it to the needy. Thank you for your support.
Get ready for the ultimate cooling experience with our portable, rechargeable 4-speed fans. These amazing fans can keep you cool for a staggering 58 hours on a single charge. With added features such as remote control, LED lights, and a phone charging port, you'll stay comfortable and connected wherever you go. Don't miss out. Contact me now to get yours. Get ready for the ultimate cooling experience with our portable, rechargeable 4-speed fans. These amazing fans can keep you cool for a staggering 58 hours on a single charge. With added features such as remote control, LED lights, and a phone charging port, you'll stay comfortable and connected wherever you go. Don't miss out. Contact me now to get yours. Get ready for the ultimate cooling experience with our portable, rechargeable 4-speed fans. These amazing fans can keep you cool for a staggering 58 hours on a single charge. With added features such as remote control, LED lights, and a phone charging port, you'll stay comfortable and connected wherever you go. Don't miss out. Contact me now to get yours.
Hello, Minyama. Me say a droya me baby do one dance at you, Mrs. Bento, me do one dance here. Minim a draw me baby do who asem at you. MSP 30. Me see a drawway, a bra na mean to me ya bra. Me say my bra jit one day in the crown mojano and papa. Me say a drawway and the chicha jam. Wouldn't say to me ya bra ya. One a drawway ya. Send ya was a ba uflo and my uflo pepe. One more almost caught a feature na on my just young way ya chesa want to me ya one wish. Me see MSP 30 a drawway. Me say me nienti a me di one dance ya day. Actual pe binto ya pebito or bow uchima asay or bow yechima just a yet wonka MSP 30 and record mouth. Now undim say secret ba ko san wo ho say even say enye chima crampo a onto se wonuma esiesi wase eyi nkabone ema ye yeast infection ni ajade nyina mesi edro we a friend MSP 30 no juma edima me maso ahwe wo so kone koso hwe me maso ahwe wo so kone koso hwe na me se opedudu etu a eni yera kwan ya telephone number ne wo so
0277 609 644.
Medasi. Makbe honey ginger chips. Na ginger, na honey, na chips. Wake ginger, efe chips. Ni eba choda, me pacha se ebeti wenum, esiesie uni pedriemu, ema umoja emu esane. Meke, enye ne chips ne nkwa ye wone powder. Powder ne so de anopa osore a, wo de aye nsuo kakra warm water bi na wanom. Oba wonum esiesie wase, oba wonum ema wenum etse. Mo amukom nkrofo nche na mu di nkomo a chese wenum emu nte. Wase so enye me recommend makbe ginger honey. E de amawo. Ne chips ne so ene so bebia wonam bia no tumi de tu kamu ukotokuo mu na ewo ho gye bia sanya wenum ebete bema ema wapomudi usisi mu utwedie mu eyede I making ye wonye wo amanone upebi wo amanone a sei na ya package no the number ni ni
862 215 2007 862-215-2007.
And na eba no ya kromu ha Ghana ha dia chese ebusu wo shop biare mu but ye number so a upedudu etu anankasa upedi ankasa yuso a eno so eno
0277 609 644.
Makbe honey ginger me say pebi na obedamas.
Yo, madam, this coming November 16th here, a divorce party, no, and neighbors life and clear. So, over now, we take it now, Babylon. If you always say every day, hey, on top of the ticket, sister, and now, a stress, broken heart, and divorce. 3-1, Yakabu, Mr. Bra, father of bra, even proud as warriors, and you are invited. Now people asking, oh, now our enforcement, you are invited. What's your warrior? Where Jan and today? And I'm your roommate. You are also invited. Sister, brother, divorce party, November 16th, and Paye Bigra, and your best starting 9 p.m. till daybreak, and they are Yo, madam, this coming November 16th, a divorce party, no, and the life and clear. So, over now, we take it now, Babylon. So, you always say every day, hey, on top of the ticket, sister, and now, a stress, broken heart, and divorce. 3 in 1, Yakabu, Mr. Bra, father of bra, even proud as well, and you are invited. Now people asking, oh, now our first you are invited. What's your warrior? Where Jan and today? And I'm your roommate. You are also invited. Sister, Bravaji Weni, divorce party, November 16th, and Paye Bibra, and your best starting 9 p.m. till daybreak. And day you
I'm gonna cherish it. I'm worry. It means show me. Show me in my bedroom. I asked him, man, if you that's what you're not worry. When you have it, you're not worry. This is one thing to be a wedding. Yeah, now, why I sing none of food, you that's what you're not worry. When you have it, yeah, now, this is one thing to be a wedding. Yeah, now, that's it. Now, we are here. We said, yeah, but so, but we're not yet. You brought up the brain as still. Young, what is up? So I'm in a day. Obia to a drana. And now one on you, what is up? So I'm in the moment. Okay. Why are you a Panami Chauka? Oh, you are this anamami. You are Paswana Wabasa. You know, the only man is on it. Boy, Shalabadi. No matter Chico, Satayana Wale. Namunya Wale. In my form, dear, Cababre. A man that will have it. The Patal Prakati. On you and both dream a baby. Why I sing none of food, you that's what you're not wallet. You just quit here to me when you see Kabiki. You're not wallet. This is one thing to be a wedding. You're not wallet. Why I sing none of food, you that's what you're not wallet. Let's get ready. We are continuing part 2 of how to marry after divorce. As a woman, with or without a child. Call a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend. Boys, yes, Obiata virgin, I worry now. When would they break you virgin? If I want them, yes, I want them who shall be young one, then I get to hear. Why, I sing now, food, that's what you're not wallet. Who is going to when you see Kabi? You're not wallet. India. This is one thing to be a wedding out. You're not wallet. Why, I sing now, food, that's what you're not wallet. Who is going to when you see Kabi? You're not wallet. India. This is one thing to be a wedding out. You're not wallet.
Alright, so most of you were here yesterday, some were not here yesterday. Rolling is that we're continuing with the part 2 of how to marry after divorce as a woman with or without a child. And that is why I'm playing this lovely song for you. Yeah, now what? Kaboom!
Yeah, I'm gonna chat a shit. Yeah, I'm a worry. It means Chongi. Shoni in Naga Journals like Yana Wale. Why I sing none if Fuji or that's what they call Yana Wale. Who is going to when you see Kabi? Yana Wale. India. This is one thing to be a wedding out. Yana Wale. Why I sing none if Fuji or that's what they call Yana Wale. Who is going to when you see Kabi? Yana Wale. India. This is one thing to be a wedding. Yana Wale, Nachi, Nabuya, which I get myself, I worry no yen. The brother, the brain, as still assets. You're what you saw, so worry now. Obia to a drana, and now one on your what you saw, so worry no more. Okay, why are you a Panami Chauka? Oh, your days is an amami. You are Posano Abasa. You know, the only man is on it, boy, Shalabadi.
It was great, make it happen. Congratulations for those of you. I know there's a marriage going to happen to all of us. We are going to attend TikTok friends. I want to form a club from the TikTok place. How do we form a club? Who will be the leader of our club? Because the wedding that is going to happen, we are supposed to attend all the weddings. All the divorce parties we are going to attend. Yeah, that's right.
Why I sing none if Fuji or that's what they call
Yeah, that's right.
Who is going to when you see Kabi?
Yeah, that's right.
India. This is one thing to be a wedding. Sister, now we are here today. Don't know what we're going to see my booty so well. Money, new honey, yeah, two hours.
Now watching here. Won't you see a worship? Won't you see a swap? And I hear the same because I don't feel here. Sorry, I see the same. Watching here. It's lovely. It's solid. It's nice. I read a day. Tell me. Obia power here. See, yanko, alive. Hey, rich life. I miss you, brother. I saw you yesterday. Give me some good gunshots. Yanko, is it important to marry a fighting? And it is why. Me pay you How long have you been divorced? Are you struggling to go through divorce? Are you afraid to marry again after divorce? I am here. I am here. Remarry after divorce. You've not been married before, but you want a divorce. What are you divorcing? So where's Scooby Guitar? All right.
How are you spending your?
I'm spending the holiday with Counselor Little Rider here. Those of you who are spending holidays for me, let's enjoy it together because it's fun. But tonight we are continuing with our conversation. Have you divorced? Are you about to divorce? Do you want to divorce? Are you scared to marry after divorce? What really brought you becoming a divorcee? It's also part of the conversation. But it is said that most women are going to divorce. So yeah. Enti o wale na nye ye na Ojaya. Yes, man, pray enjoyment because we are second hand. Oh, na nipa da say it to me second hand. Na okwa awade na anye ye na ubefia enu kire se wo abo ho so ana. Eti na man growth we were one say pam no twam no fi awade na sin why second hand na. Si enyum ni bio na to di bia boys yi bonyuma. Omo de nsem miguma wan hwa na akoda ne ntokwa beti.
Behind every successful man, there your papa. Behind every successful man, there your papa.
So let me interrogate that statement. Behind every successful man, there's a woman. I've been thinking about it. Seriously. The statement never said behind every successful husband there is a wife. It's deep. It says behind every successful man there is a woman. Which means you can be successful without a wife, but a woman. My welcome. Could it be the reason why men with side chicks are more successful than those without any, but only with wives? Have you come to think about it? I've been thinking about that statement. That behind every successful man, there's a woman. Yeah, I'm cold. I'm telling you. So if behind every successful man there's a woman, then the statement could have been behind every successful husband there is a wife. But it's strange. It blows my mind. Because if you observe carefully, in the life of men who have truly made it, even though they are married, they are most of the time high level of question marks if the success of their businesses as a result of their wives. This is not to say that marriage is no good. But the statement we have come to live with is behind every successful man there is a woman. Why is it not behind every successful husband there is a wife? Because there's a difference between a wife and a woman. And people have lived with wives, but they have developed with women. So Bible says that, and Solomon had 700 concubines, 300 wives, or 700 wives, 300 concubines, and the wives turned his heart against God. I didn't understand it. That how on earth that the wives of King Solomon would turn his heart against the Lord. Because I am expecting that the side chicks should turn Solomon's heart against God, but the wives rather. So why is it not that behind every successful husband there's a wife? Wives, please, before you go to the divorce party on the 16th November, may we have this conversation. Because for sale,
pay to my ding. Ocean a sorted to what you're wanting home for sale. Won't buy a town on the beer. And just like a hand on a time away a year. Just a brand new cry at a key alignment. Now it's like a hand on a over free enjoyment. Baba, money a warrior. Ocean a sorted to what you're wanting home for sale. Yama on pay to my ding. Ocean a sorted to what you're wanting home for sale. Won't buy a town on the beer. And just like a hand on a
Hit your screens, let's go.
Baba, money a warrior. Ocean of society was somebody home. Okay, Yama on pay to my thing. Ocean of society was somebody home. Okay, I'm on by a town to the view.
All right, so Miss Perfect says today is Michael's birthday. Michael, Miss Perfect 101 says we should wish you a happy birthday. Michael, grow to become an angel for the world and for your family. Happy birthday to you. From, I don't know if that's your mom, your auntie, or who, but this is what your mother says. Happy birthday to you. Oh, what a way. When you play this song, you see me on the ground. Come on. Bajo. We are the mess ups. How do we walk? Ow. This voice. Pam 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 pam. Pam 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 pam. Oh yeah. Love goes where love is. I can't deny it. If you feel it, oh, enjoy it. Hey, chicha, hey, I'm passing through the world. I am getting to the Hey, I'm passing through the world. I'm telling something, I'm you be by surprise. Ain't gonna get it on. So you pay the price. Man, give it to me, though. Hey, Maya, oh, hey, someday.
Yabowaya, Mother, Sumo, Kama mi koni mafe, Nana Sumo, Kama mi koni mafe, Yami Beppo, I want to go Beppo, Yami Beppo, I want to go Beppo, Coco, give me buffet, Coco, give me buffet, Coco, give me buffet, All out to the door now. And then I give me that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here. I love this song so much that everywhere these boys, I like them so much. I like Wuta, I like Free. Those two boys were another chemistry in our music industry, but look, I want a boy be no more. It be so a sell. Name be about life is sweet, life is tasty like honey. Enjoy the beauty. Do anything. You should be giving thanks for life. If you get money, just life. You no get money, just life. Everything you do, just life. My brother, just you, just life. If you get money, just life. You no get money, just life. Everything you do, just life. My sister, just you, just life. So bring the pork, set the beer, make the bartender bring the shots. They go to so we go party rock. We'll be giving thanks for life. Bring the pork, set the beer, make the bartender bring the shots. They go to so we go party rock. We'll be giving thanks for life. If you get money, just for life. You don't get money, just for life. Everything you do, just for life. My brother, just for you. Clarice, go and bring her. If you get money, just for life. Or you don't get money, just for life. Everything you do, just for life. My sister, just for you, just for life. Sanga, girl, now. Sanga, boy now. Sanga, now. Sanga, Beuntiana, Adumbinti Wampa, Boy Wunsa, Beuntiana. Bring the pork, set the beer.
Bring the pork, set the beer. Bring the pork, set the goat. Aya, chew the ginger. Just the guy.
You know your money.
Just the life.
Everything.
Just the life.
My brother, just for you.
Just the life.
If you get money,
just the life.
You know get money.
Just the life.
Everything you do,
just the life.
My sister, just for you. Just the life. Sanga boy, Sanga
Muta free. Boys, you're good. Maybe almost share. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our time is up. You know, when you hear this one, it means you are going. Is your ginger honey chips brought to you by? This show is proudly sponsored by Makpa Ginger Honey Chips. This is your ginger for the season. Makpa Ginger Honey Chips can be gotten in every corner of the world. If you're ordering yours now in the United States of America, you don't have to waste any energy anymore. All you need to do is to call 862-215-2007. Right now, you'll find it at your doorstep. Makpa ginger chips, the word that didn't Ribi papa na bema be your radio muye. Oba ribi nsuabe ya wayasi. Na ye kaya asana me kai say. Dear more ba muna ne nimti na we. And MSP 30. MSP 30 has come to assist all menstruation and all female ladies in the world. If you are a female, you need MSP. Whether you have menstrual cramps, you don't have menstrual cramps, hormonal imbalances, you need one. Where are you? Germany. Where are you? Italy. Where are you? UK. Where are you? US. We will send yours to you immediately at once by force. All you need to do is to send me a message right now as I'm sitting here on 862-571-3950. 862-571-3950. I mentioned again 862-571-3950. Remember, it's a WhatsApp call. Call me on WhatsApp or just send me a message. I will call you back if you want any of those things or you want to talk to Counselor Luton. I mean, let me say a big thank you to all of you who was able to have enough patience for us. After 8 hours of the show, you brought yourself for us to have a lot of discussion. I mean, we've started business with some of them. It's very important for you to know that anything gotten free hardly works. Your little effort. Somebody did something that touched me today so much that I said, oh, wow, I'm going to do it for you. I mean, it's lovely. It's lovely. I mean, it's expensive to have therapy, but it's worth it. I say every day that once you get therapy, you can make a lot of money. When you are emotionally drained and your capacity is down the drain, it's difficult to make a headway. But ladies and gentlemen, I am excited that most of you called back, and some of you have not been able to get back to you because since yesterday night, the body has not gone down to rest. We kept talking here and there. Before you came, there were other people who were waiting for us. But I will make sure that we solve all your issues and deal with all your problems appropriately the way it's supposed to be. I am excited that you called me. Thank you very much. And let me say it that we are working towards our sister's issue as well. What's her name? Ghana lady. Yes, Ghana ladies issue. We're working on it. When we're successful, we'll put it across. But you find yourself, oh shit, not over Germany, not with me, I'm my sister Atuma. How are you? I'm fine, honorable. I'm fine with that. Thank you for checking on me. I love the way you just checked on me because Minda and Punubia dead. Madi am about minimum sign, you should burn a day. My son so a ding. That's a Jumania med dead. Say I could see a burn a day. Mr. Wow, show me see over Germany. Our Humbrasiani need demo. But say, Bosome Bakumpo, with my Jima, me being in a baby amamme. Pana, ne krata, ne who Jimmy Biamame Cabemede. Make country is son said. brafo de embo ayen wo Hamburg abonten so now we oba emposi counselor tua edan ka mepacho metua de mi hia ne se me ma me nua bai ombra Germany na abranti bi so bo ane embo ano na abranti no wo baabi owo no wo outskirt ono so oboa me ba oni kurum na me nua bai so owo boso na wotwe miensa wadi mu baako aka mienu enti ya hwem ne emfi baabi owo sisi a wo Holland ho na me ne wo nyinaa yani embechi enti mesrawo so wo Germany na wohwe na abutimi aboa me ama yama yenua bai abe wura wo ho ne baketo ya wawo na wotwe mienu yi a anka beye medde we de mesra mo ya de sere de e na beto ani menka se bedi nkomo bi wo ha na obi ahu achi kwan ya ye nim se na edru etie ewo baabi a higher friend kontomre ni here mitese si gen mo friend edru enti momboa me na yembu obi na onipa nua ani nipa ebusuan su eku a ye join eti yen join na ebusuan ku yi na ye mo no ne bai enfie du asetena wo Hollanda oni krata ye sambo abagana de okoye ana ubai kosa basa so de ense emfata Ghana niba Ghana niba otukwam bia so sanechi a osan yi disi wakoye bonni bi we krata sem wan kodi kote papa sebi continue godi yenso ye brefo kote chain dog seller impregnates egg seller ebanisa na ya ye usika ni ye ni ye kwakutia hospital bill na ye oba na fi hospital odi abefia mo bi edi free na ye tua mo enti mesra o Germany abonten so na ohwe na bebo amia be ya mamia frame na ma na nye bibia e simple number ene down 862-571-3950 862-571-3950. Madam Munina say, Dr. Wise, thank you for joining me. And na yeni krata ye kan, eno ye kan krata bia na ye di hun komo. Ye di enwi eno bia be share ne dia. And na ye sign adomu suko ni ye share adwumadi na se. Abena ba ya nka osan kan krata ne bi umai ba bi time ye du ya bo 9:31 yi. Abena sisi a meni baby odnam banyame adom na emi te se Clarice yo kwakofra abena se ade ensaye akokọ na dantem na oba kama se so de o dantem de agedentem abenna menkwa me abenna aden ayenesa ba yebedi nkomo akoyanim eno aye sha sidu baabi ena abena ya na katem se mintwa so ne na mento aso ente dem hu wo ha in my hoodie na kire se me ba abeto aso enyanim ni adofo me sa kai obi se adwumadie ya meti echi ya me di chia me aboafo eta machi pa ba ko ni honorable ya of friend ono ewo New Jersey kruno tamechi kese pa ba ko nso a otamachi pa eye Abna Sugar Crash ono nso o UK ono nso tamechi kese pa ena di otoso bi a otamachi a obi ehu ne da ono so onim ne ho hwese na osre ehwe me da se o tamechi era betu kwa dia be ho ba kire me papa opare gift your ba ho ofe ye get no ho ofe off ha era me ho get ni foni power bi say ye ne ba ne sen ye no ane sen na get no ho ofe off opare gift sisi wa be kan cool no na mama nka mo nso say microphone vice president say member da ebe the 16th day of November, 1389 Westchester Avenue, Bronx, New York. Yeah, divorce party. Wow, we're broken hearted. Wow, maybe anywhere I could see me jaw crime. So wow, what's our dear who now so when ninja ya kabeko. One so our dear when ya jina person to say I didn't know the end the enku myself. But I never can $50 per all black party 9 p.m. and Westchester Avenue. I want Bronx, New York, Papucho, 3289 Westchester Avenue, Papucho, memory fee. Coming home 9 p.m. Remember that Abbey, 16th November, and November 16th, near Yadia, SCA, Yankupun Shidam, Samudi C. Ayo, Sandra, and I was say, Yankupun Shidam, Sandra, Yame, Enehine, at the Pebby Ebawa Quem, Sumuji, and Yankupun Bay. Me that was once I was sure maybe I should me fibia beside me say me what to sing honorable ya friend so who to sing Bibi aboko de me da se pa se wo somase. Nkomodie ni ye hya ase. Enra krata na ye kan ye ne me san be kan bia sa bramba ye. Ba e bia hwan le kan asem. Membo e bia mebo ne nyum na no. Sunsun wi ase e be fra abna. Wa wodi mbabi abna obi aka jense ne nyum ne ye bo. Ye nkwa nto kese ne sise.
High grade you make me wanna rearrange the alphabet so I could put you next to letter I. Take my heart, baby, carry go. If you leave me, baby, I go die. They on the phone, this is the kitty. Oh, cabro, put it in, I know you're risky. This is much less my serious. Open you want some in the chili. Hey, baby, brownie, yeah. Golden tree chocolate, yeah. We chat all day, each and every day, yeah. My own, that time of the chase and then no money there. My own, see my heart back push it on and they grind for my king. My own, like the air and the feel for everywhere I go. My own, see the money baby come chop on for me, oh. And everything on Ghana, what's up in here? What's up in here? Although my lonely brother, they chat to me, yeah. Chat to me, girl, yeah. With time, make I carry you. Champagne and I was the Malibu. Hey. And the dinner I eat it just for two. Me do now do me baby. My own. That time I the chase and then no money there. My own. See my husband push it up and they grind for my king. My own. Like the air and the feel for everywhere I live. My own. See the money baby come chop on for me. Oh. They on the phone is kitty. Oh, cabro put it in, I know you're risky. This is much less my serious. Open you want them in the chili. Baby, me brownie, yeah. Golden tree chocolate, make a totally, yeah. My oh, that time on the chase and then no money. My oh.
Mede munyina se mo banka wan ebeba abna de go frem akwan ge na boni dan sa white said the year can onim hu by benin den e wi ase abram me twen oye den obeba eso no ani abra sugar crash but na me ka assembly a wa wonim hu bi no bra ne ndi nkomo you see behind every successful man there is a woman. Why is it, there's this girl I'm looking for ohima or him ohima pempemu pony abna ohima apempemu pony wo him. Oh, we there here abna, we are all waiting for you. Abna Annie get here friend is saying ohima there was so pony when a pempemu our him Esther me here abna ohima na me say abna ohima mo hwehwe no ma me no so me tin nka che me nkrofo nyina do na me ti o mo nka che. Now, you see, behind every successful man, there is a woman. I am getting confused because why is it not behind every successful wife there is, or behind every successful husband there is a wife, but rather behind every successful man? Now, is it trying to define that women, when they find themselves in a life of men can be successful? Then I find a particular scripture that baffles me, that it says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtaineth favor from the Lord. So there's a particular favor that a man will only have if you have a wife. But why is it that behind every successful man there is a woman, and not behind every successful husband there is a wife? Think about it. Because when you are married to a wife and she remains as a wife, you can live longer in the marriage. But when your wife tends to become a woman, even though you are married to her, you are in trouble. You are completely finished.
Because when you're married to a woman instead of a wife, you will never have your peace of mind. They can be hell. They are the type of women that you live with, and it's better for you to live on top of your roof than to live with a nagging woman in the house as a wife. Nagging is a wrong thing, but most women are using nagging as a tool. And it's not just women who nag. It's unfortunate that there are men who nag, and when they are nagging, they nag to the extent that women lose their sexual drive. Oh yeah, some men can nag. They nag about everything. They nag about everything. Some men can nag to the extent that they bypass women who are nagging. So I don't know how difficult it is for a woman to live with a nagging man in the house. I also have a problem I want to ask women today. How do you feel when your husband turns cold on you at home? Because there are some husbands that when you're married to them, an issue happens. All of a sudden, they turn cold towards you. They can decide not to talk to you for more than a week. I mean, when a man you are living with at home, an issue has occurred, you have done something they don't like, you have made a statement that is not friendly to them, you have denied them of bedmatics at night, they have asked a question that your answer is loose and cheeky and smelly, and they've taken a decision not to talk to you. How does it feel to live with a husband who is not minding you at home? On feel, say ni buefu, maybe only ubufua, on chiaumpo, ubi bia nyanefe, on di wedniane, on fanny san so ubi biamu, or chop money crown, Sean farm mouth, and on yashe, a dear body of the photo on Quantawa pie. Bema will come out by a son said, or you a unique if you were say on my woody. Uba ye Jimmy Akumayale, a wound Jimmy, who am I silk was see. Usie chino en chena bema papa bia bagi twai kodi o dia ta free mama wa samado okoti abrim Jimmy kwan so kai say bema enwuye no kom pasu no koda odan ko ade a ese ne koti brim 11 times ansa na ade achi but uwu a okoti embrim biu bema wu a na ne koti awu betie me obema bi enyi ncha o de ne koti na enyi nche kai sasam Obanyi ma na tinka ko bema enyi ma na tinka enko jiso oyale edi bema unwu ya wa tinka eko oyale koti wu na anoni wu a oyale eze bema tinka no wokoti na no enti na si eche ni wura mu pene ye poe kaka na kire se enije ni ahoto aba edi ma bema okoti ewu ntema oya abrante mu na oti asasi so me yam shishimi o say 45-year-old young boy as he say BP was so e dry dey ma wa ofa nyina nti ma akoti entimi sorry me sere wo hwe no amfa o yire hu abufuo ankonya komayale and start BP edro BP ba no afre ni nyonko ba agwadi na chi a your friend diabetes ono be ka ho ne ma wa edro na start e fa dia bobo why dey mobbo wasasi su me bompa say sayale boni ya yentimi nsa na acting crofo sikefi wonsem eyi atin kafi crofo nsem eyi akofo sisimu ahwonde de kono empare wo bema wona me ya adwenje so amen oba wani ji ukunu kote hu nso je so amen wa wonya bidi ayenya wale ye nso je so amen na wo ho na ne black coffee na ti akonwa ba ko so je akase yo matse counselor. My question is very simple. Behind every successful man is a woman. Does it mean that if you marry a wife, you will not be successful like that as compared to those who are not married? Because I am shocked. God brings you favor because you're married. I mean, I'll see if you find a wife, you find a good thing. The first thing is that anybody who finds a wife, you find a good thing. So women are good. No, clap for women. Clap for women. Women are good. Women are good. If a man finds a woman, he has found a good thing. Oh, yes. No, if you find a woman, you find a good thing. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. So if you are fortunate to find a woman and make her a wife, you have found a good thing. It's a treasure. Now, the goodness of that good thing is that God will let you have favor because you have married her. This is what I want to tell the rest of you. If you are living with a woman you are not married to, you are lacking favor. When you are about to now worry na me pa. When you are about to now you know one day send a sefata me busuya ana aben mu na won wale ne say yire dia. Nyankopon favor emba wo so da. Ade a ye friend in favor unya bi da. Na eye no me ase oba ade ne ti be ka o se da be na akwa me ho ade hwe jimini be ma wenya efun twa odi kwasia be ma midi watema na ye wo ya se oni oba ti oba na e ka o se da ben na ne me ko kire obusuafo da ben na akoye me ho ade tie me pa o se utie de me kan yiye na ode abufuo eto nchen na ye te se ye hu aduro ewiasima bra boni abrante mu a wasi so a watu obi ba esi wani ase a enye se wo ye no ho ade na me ko bo kokoko ka che ne busuafo se ma ba ne ho ade e na obanye me ye nti onye me ye nti ama bibia akọ echire kakra sika na me ko ne ho ade no na me hwe ne ko hospital no ko wo ye eti ma ba ji se akura we nyin kakra na ostati sorry a me to ne ho nya wa na akọ ne ho ade kwasie bi so bie na no se na de na okay me na ma to ne bibia kakawa pe akakawa 5 years ni nyame ntua wo ka obebre me se obebre oni oba ti na nye ne ho ade a enti se oni obi twempra empra twe different ba me kire omo atu omo asi wo se me wale no makomo abusuafo ati ni sin so san ete me wale no e oni na tena ti se ya sapon abrabo ibi wo ya onye san na wo sui wa mani ene se oni ni nyonko ba edanfo tiwa eni pinaman oni tiwa eto nyuma oni pinaman atena system pna ene ne wo ne ye mo nkwala nyina 20 solid years onye ne ho ade da awowie ye ba yesen oba bi o ka wo se koye me ho ade bia me se kai se eye no me ma. If you live with a woman who will remind you that go and pay my bride price, you will be under a curse forever as a man. So if you are going through such a challenge, may I encourage you that you will only be blessed immediately you find yourself paying the bride price of the woman. Don't think that it is a luxury. I mean, how can you look at the face of the woman you intended to marry and tell her that you are not being fair? We are building so we can have a place to put our head. We are paying the children's school fees so that they will have a better future. You know my work doesn't give me enough, and you are demanding me to pay your bride price. Are you being fair? Hear me, my brother. What do you call fairness? When you are living with somebody's daughter, you have not paid the bride price. Between you and the armed robber in Kejetia, in Labadi, in the Kwasiajaso, in Kaswa and in environs. Between you who have taken somebody's daughter, you have not paid the bride price, and you are demanding wifely duties from her. Between you and an armed robber, what is the difference? That is why in the Ghana tradition of marriage, when you have their daughter and you impregnate her before you think of coming to pay a bride price, they give you in the list something they call julomomo kromfo etching. So it is another list attached to the marriage list. So you can pay for that one separately before you are given access to pay the bride price of the woman. Afam is what the fancies go for. Kwasiebuo is what the accounts will want to do. May I provoke any man that if you want to have favor from the Lord, stop living with people's daughters in the disguise of mewalino. Only be matino on your one no wuna you kuna yo kwasiaba because okuna for you will be a nikunewu. Now ukunewu. Abranti ero na atwe mpra amaba nkra bonti so amotifwe so mami. What if they use someone else in their family member? Does it matter? Mente question us. Bisani biola means we nchira wasi. What if they use somebody else in their family? What if they use someone else as their family member Does it matter? But I want to wish every man who is struggling to go and pay the bride price of a wife that your struggle will end when you pay their bride price. Because it is by the bride price that you can use the virtue of having a wife to demand from God your favor that will make you live. The year is coming to an end. And those guys who have promised a lot of girls I'm going to get married to, like yesterday, the story our lady shared with us, that he's been with this man for 70 years, and the man promised that my wife is a cockroach, my wife is a dog, my wife is a Jimmy, my wife is a bad, my wife is a cool, my wife is lele, and 7 solid years. This young, beautiful girl decided that I will stick to this man. So this man comes to pay my bride price. I will be the missus of the house. Unfortunately, the guy has disappointed her. And she's damn hurt. You heard her yesterday speaking. Those of you who have promised the girls you're going to marry them, Mewalo, Esther, thank you very much for coming. Mewalo. The year is coming to an end. We are in November. By the end of the year, I'll go and pay your bride price. We are in November. If you see what is happening right now, can they marry you? Oh my God, pack your things and leave them. Mind you, and hear this. It's not pleasant, but hear it. You can never practice wifeship until your bride price is paid. So anytime you find yourself in the arms of a man and you think that you are doing what wives do, you are lying to your soul. Because the only time you can practice as a wife is when your bride price is paid. So until they pay your bride price, you are not a wife. And you cannot be a wife. My friends, do you want to be a wife? If you are living with a man in the same house as a sex mate or a baby mama, marrying you will be very difficult. So live. Pack your things and live. And when you leave such environment, never ever introduce yourself as an ex-wife of your baby daddy. A baby daddy has no right to call you a wife. But so has it been that we end up referring to ourselves, especially in the church environment. When a man has not paid your bride price, what you do is not called wife-free role. You are not performing a role as a wife. You are a sex mate. A sex mate who have graduated to live with a man in the same house. You are worse than a roommate. Because you are giving him what he should pay for. So if a man has not married you and you make that silly, stupid, insane mistake, that you go and live with that man because you want to save your accommodation, remember that all the conjugal duties you are offering, you are not offering them as a wife. You are offering them as a sex mate that might be equated to a prostitute if only you are taking money. But see how free you have become. Yeah, you free. It's as a young buy a go for the feet crown for easily gombe feel. And I do be a want to so you brum ye pie. You shut by when you had the subway you put my money 200. When you got back. Young Wale until Dico. Your dama they change it to 5,000. It depending on Cotia course of good and any day and be a true coy. Not sure what's in name chain. Why are you what they are sitting yama? Why are you what they are in your big deal? Tia to the beer and man I want to ask you. Me me castle them I come for my dear. Baby I buy your bra boy you coin. And pass a brandy and one dear. And pass a brandy go where was your for. And pass a brandy and dear Sefata says so ye man. No crack. Now so braba all one crab on tenson and that form. Oni baby da oni di odi ade o ton choba adwuma ya oye odidi wo ni ama ne 30 Ghana 20 Ghana and that form eti abrante ya tu ne ho asi o so o mane baby ada ma sori a watumi apie se mi ko adwuma ba The Ohian saw the chairman managing the Sumun. Or quite no to the same kakra, you are the 25 be my the one and a dear. Now on one or many biddy on one on your biddy. Or who so done who dinner corner ba a china and pa area or china and pa area or man who kind of old dinner sans so air be free a own inti. No idea to know a woba poor man who are done baby mamma. I tell me, the beer is one bebo man, no, to the beer, a yet ding, a yet ding. Who the baby dad will be a mouth brea? Ah, I saw a barney saying, who the baby that na ma baby die, yeah. Eh, baby, or ma would die, yenty, or none or coffer by it, and a man never knew a guas with a dream. Mitwas you, Balanke Bayam. Would you cacrana wow, one no. But a dime crabber could be an accused in Nakotna. When your young was through some kiosk, Musel to bear my dame on near Ukunu. Like a bisal say Ukunu or one, and Pacho Okojum, and so near one dear. Sister, eh, ya, it was here. But to an among bisa feeble, ye, so wouldn't ye me one dear. And you may cow, say, you may one dear. May cock his son say. Oba ehun faso eni ne ho ade yo ye nya wo ho ade a onya yire na oye empna ye di wutwe enti brofo kasem ye fra sex mate emma dudu e wo be ma bra bo mu amabo so akire odan me sa bo so akire obi esan se nkoma mi di ene ne se na oba kunafo oba waja awade e kwan ben so no fa ma osan ewale bi ena mi di san komo ko du pempenso bi Nanka na me chance obi was story bia na me the story na shase bo bia ba ye dia me ko na monka se obi ba me ntwi break o me wie me nkomodie na so na obi adi nkom enti won hwe me na won nkom bi die e wo aware gyae bi a wo kom aware boni ni asefem abrabo bi a wo fam ya respond to what me pa church no bi na me hwe na me respond. What if they use someone else as their family member? Does it matter? Matibro funasi. It matters, Papa. Say, Bema Echo Via Bushian for Abe or one, your sister, and Wale. Unye Nimpa, can't say and Walo. Yabo Crono. Oma Bulu Bushian for Quasia. Yen Terminaja, Yan Wale would you. The principle of marriage by traditional means is that the man's family is sent to the woman's family to have a demand of the right to marry their daughter. It is a request to be, as it were, to put before the family of the woman that our son is interested in marrying a daughter from your end. And the family of the woman will give them the right to do what the family demands. So bride price is paid. It is a request on the family of the woman to investigate behind the man who wants to marry their daughter. So there are many a times that when your family is outwitted or lied to, because a young man has come to pay your bride price with a family that he doesn't even know, a borrowed family, a family that he just gave accreditation to, a paid family members, like most of the Nigerian guys are doing now. Their family members are not able to come, so they will come and pay your bride price. So they go and look for their friends in Accra and make one their ego, make one their big man, and they come and pick your daughter and marry your daughter. And even though your daughter has been married in Ghana, the family back home in Nigeria has no idea that their son is married. The uncles and aunties of your what do you call it, of your husband, if they are not from your husband's family, you have not been married. Keep this in your head. You have not been married. So it is a lie to the family but it is also a duty for the family to, as it were, move ahead so they can go and investigate if the person who has come to marry our daughter, taking our precious flowers to be replanted in another pot. It is the family's right to investigate behind the man. That is why the knocking is done with money of lower denomination and drink. What it means is that the money in lower denomination is distributed to the family members and the people within the environment. And part is given to young men and women who by then they play drafts, they play ludo, they play spa. That this money we are given to you and this snap is to help us investigate behind a young man from Ata Kwame Mekoyidawefi who wants to come and marry your own sister down here. He says he's coming from Koforidua, Benkuta. So when they take that drink from you, they share it for family members to investigate where you're coming from. So let me tell you the truth. If you marry and after 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, you realize that the marriage you entered in, the man came to deceive you and your family. Don't just blame the man, blame your family. Your family is a loose family. Because your family, when they do knocking, the knocking they do with the money and the drink is to investigate whether these people who came to your house are really human beings or ghosts, whether they exist or not. As a matter of fact, in the conversation of the knocking, you have to introduce yourself by the family head that sent you to come and do the knocking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So once you come to do the knocking, you get into the house and it's done by aunties without men. Women are sent to do knocking, not men. A man will be part of the convoy just to drive them to where you're going. But you are not needed there. Not even the said boy who wants to marry this daughter from that house will be part of it, because it is believed that if your son is going to marry from a certain house, because the aunties will go, they take you to the environment and they show you where the house is. I know I'm teaching good. It will get hotter soon. Don't worry. It will get hotter soon. So once they send delegation, they go and see the house. This is the house of the lady. When they come, the first thing they sit down, they do is to greet the family. So they knock from the entrance. And mind you, it is not a surprise. You don't go and do a knocking as a surprise. No. Knocking is an information. Sorry. Knocking, they have to inform the family that we are coming to your house to come and do a knocking. So the said girl will tell the family that a certain young man who is seeing me wants to come and ask permission if he can pay my bride price. So the family wants to come. Then they give you a day to come. The weather is so cold that when you put water down, it gets cold like it's in the fridge. I'm shocked. Whoop. What a weather. So what I'm saying is that the process and the procedure is very important, and it cuts across all traditional marriages in our country. Maybe if you buy it, if bear man oba way oba no one the the woman said na busuafo no omba je penny ewo emma na ho say ibetuma wine na nti abaya no lady victory na yeba be ne ho ade e na e ka che na busuafo say abranti bi a osi na ne gime ho ma osi me nka che mo say kwan da ho a omo person mo ba embe knocking na da ben na mo betena se enye busua na e hya ma won say memre de e be say e ba mo fie e be knocking wo ye hwan. No, who are you? That the man coming to do the knocking will send a message to the girl's family and tell the girl's family that our family will want to come and do a knocking on your daughter on this coming Sunday. Ubondo, you are sick. You are dementially incorrect. You are corruptible. So it's the lady's family that at the end of the day, when they send this message to them, the zombies of buying now or your wine, so the girl will brief the family who they are. Tell me, Mumu be aware aware ni nkwa ni mu ntia se kwan mo fast ware yenye yi. me di nkoma abesi ye nkoma no so se obi a wagya awade otumi wari biom ana edwa me hya ase na me build me point na abehye abetoa so efi me third point besua bibi wo mesrawo sua bibi wo Lady Victory me da ase me do why nyame hira na the American say when it happens that way, the family that you belong to, when they come, the man's family come and they get to the entrance. Now, they have given them the time and the day they should come. Watch it here. When a family gives you 9 o'clock and you get to their house at 8:30, they will never open the gate for you, no matter what is happening to you outside. Whether they are chasing you, whether they are beating you, whether you have something doing, whether you have emergency. I was shocked at a program I went. The man's family that was coming to do the engagement, when they got there, they said they were hungry. So they had to feed them. When they finished eating, then they came back again to sit in the bus and came to do knocking. Yes. Most of them. We shall follow any Bema number. Bema we shall follow number. That's also come they want to. Fee chire enti omo ba no ese ye mo muduane di we dey so for my time kakra na ye mo didi wi by 30 minutes in be chance. I look at that say are you people serious? This tells you that the man's family people, they are villagers. Ye nkurasefo oba aboba be ne ho ade agusuafo mo mafia kwantu mo ba wo kwan so a okom de mo yefu kom aba ho. Na busuan mo jimi sa se mo kwanso mo ntumi nya aduane nsika ni mu ba na mo tu kwa fie kurase aba mo ke koko mo ka moli koko na mo to tea bread wo kwanso na aka kakra mo du be ma ni fie no mo gina kai na mo num koko yi ayechi ohiafo ajimifo abusuan se nsu de oba ba ma won koye dan. Yes, let me be honest with you. You are coming to marry from our house. We are waiting for you. Then our time for the engagement or the traditional marriage is 10 a.m. All of a sudden, just around 9:10, 9:45, you are in. Then they come and say, "Oh, Bema le buso for na badanso. Omo ni say time so we come dey want it. Omo say obenya breakfast ana." Then the girl's family will have to do breakfast for your family. No. It's wrong. You see, you don't understand. The only time you eat in that house is eating because libation has been poured and clearance has been given because you want to marry in their home. As a matter of fact, you can't enter that house until you do a second knocking. But people do. People do. We do too many mistakes in the name of Yebewale. So when the marriage is not working, you have too many people you blame, but you open gates for misrepresentation in your marriage circle. Do you get it? So I'm saying that when it comes to the man coming to knock, and the lady's question was, what if the family of the man that came to pay your bride price are unfortunately wrong family members? It means you have not been married. Now let me say this emphatically. Any woman whose bride price is paid to the mother's family without the father's consent and release, you are still single and not married. If any man is able to go to your father's house, hear this. If any man has the courage to go to your father's house, to go and demand your hand in marriage, your father's family members are not in the know that your mother has given your hand in marriage, so they can give you out in marriage. Am I making sense anyway? So, I mean, and as for our Nigerian brothers, I always say, majority of them, and our Nigerian sisters, some of them, I pity them. There are girls in Ghana whose parents are Nigerians. Yes, there are women whose fathers are Nigerians, and their mothers have brought them down here, or their fathers came to meet their mothers, impregnated them here. So their father is a Nigerian. So if your bride price might be paid, ideally, respectfully, if a man has a certain level of respect for you, they need to go back to your family house. My cousin, who got married about 4 or 5 years ago, met the girl here in Ghana. Sorry, in Ghana, where you are, like to do so. And the lady was from Nigeria. Hear me. We have to sit in an aeroplane with our family members. Some have to go through vehicles to go and pay this girl's bride price in their hometown in Nigeria. Oh, yes. And when they made a demand, some were looking at, now what is it? Send him neighbor panel, let me tell you, hands you deeper. Me say, hey, Munja Kwasia, some na mokan. And what the papa say, Obe, Obama, yes, see, or you, Busiano. See, me say, Bema, Efa, Equire, Eteneso, Echo, your one dear. Oh, yes, Sikadia go, Klumo, only baby, you finish a hot one into a man's get some. Na matran cry. Nigeria ni ba ebe wale. Wa frɛ Igbo boys see, Agbanju boys see wo Tema station. Tudu. Ni ama ba ko ahye kyese ono ho papa. No abetena se ni abegia wo ho awade Jimmy. Awade ni nkoso na se bonsa na bonsam de ono so ono busuafo nsa. Because your mother has left the marriage and is no more in connection with your father's family. No, the fact that your father is dead and your mother is a widow doesn't justify that your current stepfather has the right to collect your bride price. Forget it. Any stepfather that takes your bride price is wicked and is innocently foolish. He doesn't know what tradition is. A clap for Councillor Luto before he goes to the next page. I'm building my case towards how can you marry as a divorcee? And don't forget, if you know you are a divorcee, you should know. So I'm saying that when they say wrong set of people have come to pay your bride price, blame your family. Because your family don't know what they are supposed to do. They are only following silly formalities, the conventions. Because when a woman is supposed to be married by our traditions, cut across all clans in Ghana, knocking is done. And the knocking is not marriage. It's a request if, mind you, a request if the daughter of Mr. Kobe can be married by the son of Ata Bay Mele. See the thing? So Mr. Kobe's daughter has been going out with Ata Bay's son. And Ata Bay is happening to see as if, behaving as if he knows Mr. Kobe's daughter, Boatima, as compared to Attack Bear's son, Lulodro. So Lulodro wants to marry Boatima. Their family is not aware, in quote, of their relationship. Their family have not endorsed their relationship. Their family has not given green light for the relationship. But mind you, Attack Bear's son and then Mr. Kobe's daughter, Boatima, have had conversations with their family members, and they have been told the chiwadias of the family. So Boatima is aware that the family has told them that marry everything except a gun. Écoutez, their family have told Boatima, their daughter, that anything can be brought home here to marry you except a gun. Some can specify and say a gun who is from La, a gun who is from Lungwa, Any guy can be married except La and what specification. So because their daughter has been told this conversation, same to a man, Mr. Atta Bear's son has been told that in all this big country called Ghana, every family you can marry from except a woman from the Ewe clan. We hate Ewes. So marry anybody except a woman from the Ewe clan. Now, in these times where your son have been told, and if you have sons and daughters, as they grow, this conversation is enacted as a constitution to their growth. So as they are dilly-dallying and walking around and eating the apples and living as pretended virgins and masturbating virgins and seeing handsome boy, fine boys and all the stuff, there is a constitution that they are holding on to as part of their personality checklist. So when your daughter is able to bring to you one of the non-constitutional rights to be married by her, your daughter has disrespected you and you have to invoke your blessing out of her life. So my father tells me, we don't have anything to do with Nigerians. We don't want you to marry any woman from Nigeria. Then here comes me coming to tell my parents that I found a lady that I want them, I found for them to go and pay her bride price. Immediately you bring that conversation. Whether they have seen the girl passing before, whether they have seen the girl sitting in your car before, whether they have seen you bringing a girl into the house before, whether the girl has come for a washing before, none of them have the right to assume a mother-in-law to be's position. So they will ask you, who is the girl? Okay, mommy. So the lady I'm talking about is called Felicia. She's Felicia Lily Ogbanju Mante. Why Ogbanju Mante? Yeah, mommy, her story is complicated. So as we speak, the father is Ogbanju from Nigeria, but the mother is Mante from Ghana Adangbe Somanya. The problem is that ever since the mother, hey, Millicent, Millie, oh, thank you. This is one of my sweet friends on Facebook. I miss her so much. So he's trying to let the family know who the lady is. She's called a certain name with Ogbanjo Mante. And he says the story is complicated. So he's telling the family why she's called Ogbanjo Mante. So the mother, mommy, so the mother got pregnant when she traveled to Nigeria. So when the man impregnated her, she delivered, and then they gave the girl, she was called Felicia Ayoyo Banjo. But because the father has neglected them and is not minding them, the mother added her name so that she can get a Ghana card. And so from age 9 that she saw the father, she's never seen the father again. Whether the father is alive or the father is dead, she's not in the know. So her whole life in school, since I was with her in school, we are calling her Felicia O.A. Mante. So that is why she's called Ogbanji Mante. Then if your father is sensible like my father will ask you, so my son, what is her surname? That she is Mante, son. What makes her Mante? I thought you said the mother is Mante. He said, yes, daddy, the mother is Mante. So what is her name? Daddy, then the truth is that she is called Ogbanjo. Now, if Ogbanjo, then where is she coming from? Daddy is 50-50. Kalu. Nobody is 50-50. No human being is 50-50. When it comes to your biological status of where you came from, where you emanate from, which region you belong to, there's nothing called 50-50. If your mother marries a Ghana, you are not 50-50. So once this woman was impregnated by a Nigerian, the girl is a Nigerian. Just that the mother's offense and hate has brought her to Ghana and is making her become a Mante, but she's not. So hear me. The family said you can marry from anywhere except a Nigerian. But their son has brought home a Nigerian. And because they had a conversation before the family came to say they want to do knocking, they have been able to diagnose that he has broken the constitution of the family. Hence, they will not even allow the bride price payers to come and knock, because in the first place, the son is not even supposed to bring a Nigerian home for anybody to say that their family is bad. So as your daughter and sons are growing, anything that is a no-go area for the family, let your daughter and son know before marriage. These things, they won't teach you. That's what I'm teaching you. And that's why you're in America and you're marrying just anything and nothing is working. So the family has a reason why they don't want you to marry from a certain place. And there are people who have been married for 35 years, 40 years, 80 years. It was after their 47th wedding anniversary that they began to experience and got to know why they told them not to go there. So when it comes to you going to do knocking, I feel hurt to hear that women today have now discovered that the families that the men came to marry them with are not the families that the men really originated from. And that is an insult to your family. That is a disrespect to you, but it is a disservice that has been done by your family members. Oh yes, it means that your family members are unserious people. It means that your family members don't really matter in your life. It means that your family members don't have regard and respect for tradition and its blessings. But the Bible says that for this reason, a man will leave the father and the mother, becomes one. So it is a family that gives hands in marriage, not a law. Unfortunately for us, we are foolishly allowed government policies to give us what they call civil marriage, one man, one wife, the law of bigamy. And we are struggling today with one man, one wife, and life is not good for us, except wrongful, imaginative negativities. Brofra me can actually say, so hear me. Anytime you go to any guy's house and the family decides to interrogate you, and as a result of the interrogation, they express their displeasure of where you are coming from. Immediately that happens, it means that the guy you are going out with is a stupid boy. Because this should not be his first time hearing the echiwadie of his family. So you should not be embarrassed. So as I was saying, to come to my topic for today, as I said, or I'm saying, this might also help you. And today I'm alone and I'm excited, even though I want to see you. Hit the screens. Let's learn something. And I'm talking about knocking, because the lady asked a question. So I'm addressing an answer to the question. He says, what if the man who came to marry you brought wrong family members to pay your bride price? I say, what if you discover, say, Bemana obey wo wadie no na ebusuafo na ode bae no ba kupo nka wo ye ebusuani aunties ni uncles ade bae nyina ye nkrofo a ye tua won se won boa ye ni enkoya abaye hu ade. Yeah. Eyasema atum grofo bebre. Ejuma me yenti. Abaye bi wo abrochire amanone ne kanesa. Awade owo mu ne ntokwanko aye wale ne de ba ha. Ena otu ne ho so wale bi oti enkope be ma na chifo. Na ene kure wo ne se ye be ware omo no uncle ba ku bi ode ne mama asase bi ebisi bia no. Ye friend. Nti abaya na sam na ekọ n'anim e ba ya wa bre no ode na ma me se osra bi me panyin. Me mfra brantie ne wo fa na ogina amugi awade na me ne nkasa se ompa awade ni bi opese ogu awade. Na baya ne ti abruchiri na meje na man na me frɛ uncle me frɛ na true call aka che say we a counselor lutro and once true call am na counselor lutro de ni age so bi ahumia me tanfo po humia na o mani age na so mutumi nya me hwe papa ne fa phone call am che say me chia na me say yo me client bi a all go through high level of depression e wa abruchiri e sana ware boni bi a de ba bema ene ne o say no counselor me sire wo me wo bema da wo Nyame dom me no emba mienu pe na me wo ye. And I was like, oh. I look at the number again and I asked the name. Wofa asime CEO ye no okoko board me na. O say I me a. And I'm say wofa misire wo. Abare bi a ye friend say ni say. Mo be ye ne ho ade sesebiri o say. Kansa na misire na o wo he. And I'm say we no gasa sesi ade me wo kwalebu. Aw. Men so me fie o Makati Hill. Mama retirement impo. But I be yanka we die enye telephone komo meba. Na office one and I showed them my office. The man came. When he came and we're sitting down, the man made it clear to me that the young man that came, he doesn't know the young man. But his foster son brought the young man while they came to do national service at Cocoa Board and said that because of the way I am training them in the office, they take me as their father. So I was there when they came to tell me that he wants to marry. And the father says he cannot come. So I should come and stand in for. I said, can I talk to your father? Then he gave me a certain number. Listen to me. He gave me a number and I spoke to a certain man. Counselor, I have the number. So one time, this your girl in the US called me that this is what my son is doing. Because it was something we all agreed, I said I'll talk to him. I took the number to call that certain man I spoke to, only to find out that it's one of the young men that they made him stood like a father to lie to me. It was a cartel. I don't know who's confused. And together, you didn't buy your bayer the one they say about Brantia papa niro. A Brantia ne papa nankasa no kai ne papa. No see your bass or bed national service. And I'm fan say a fan balance of fan some person fan papa so or wow with you. It's your motive work as or bed one day. No say, hey, now call your bar one day. A new yama dear. No bar call one day of USA, but you are parliament see my passing to me back. But or the power of attorney be share with them. And your bow what young friend then in dinkum. And you do one of friend. Na sana nipa na ye friend. And your boys name ba kuna mana da ni papa or ne kasa say papa. And bad due kafra why kafra. So time again ne ka say our dear no sem e dosu. And you offer a branch and papa no gina our dear no any dating common. Papa is your friend, no, and I'll see you maybe Mati Mefro. Many me ban make son Mafro. And you friend a body papa no man the mandate to marry the son. Or friend no, and your fire. Hello, who is this? Obo didn't share. I say yes. How may I help you? I say are you not Asimesi's father? I say Asimesi. Say I beg you. I am not his father. Me, I was here when the guy told about the story. They have fooled me like this. That's what the man said. That's why he told me it's not telephone. Come on. So it's a cartel the boys are forming in Accra, especially the Nigerian boys. And the girls as well. No, if you marry a Nigerian girl, then you don't go to their family house. Anytime the lady says she's going back to Nigeria, when she gets there, they'll give you a man to marry. And you can't do anything, even if you marry by law. Oh, I'm telling you. And look, you will suffer if you marry anybody who you didn't go to collect her from the right place. You will suffer. Now I have to follow up the guy. The man said for so many times now when he calls the guy doesn't want to pick anymore. Because their friendship has broken because of some attitudes. So he gave me the guy's number. And sincerely speaking, the name Counselor Lutoton, what do you call it? True caller helps a lot of people to catch up with me and then give me the respect that I deserve. So the man said on the offer. So in my office, I called and I mentioned his name, and then he responded. He said, "Hello, this is Counselor Lutoton." He said, "I've seen your name." I said, "I have to have a conversation with you. I hope it's not that girl." I said, "Which girl?" Say, "My woman in the US is reporting me to everybody. Counselor, I'm tired." I said, "Oh, Charlie, what happened?" He said, "Charlie, I'm tired. This girl is this girl. I'm tired." I said, "Okay. So you know about the issue?" He said, "I know about it." Then I said, "Okay, so when will you come and see me?" He said, "Oh, where is your office?" Now I'm saying, "I'm in Kolebu." I said, "Oh, it's fortunate, eh? I'm just driving from Dansoma right now to go and do something at High Street. So if you didn't mind, I can come." I said, "Oh, come." And I gave him location. He came. Lucky enough, the man was there. When he entered, the man asked him, "Asimesi, so why when I call you, you don't pick?" He said, "Daddy, I am sorry." Too many stories they started telling. And the man said, "Can we tell the woman the truth that I am not your family because you have disappointed me?" In front of me. So the lady want to annul the marriage. And that's why he was looking for the father. The guys came to, the lady came down from America. They went as a cartel to go and do knocking in the father's house in Achimota. They had a nice traditional marriage awaiting for a wedding ceremony. So they will file for the guy to come to Abuja. Then when the lady started pushing, she got pregnant and had miscarriage before she left. I don't know when they come to Ghana and they are going back, they want to be pregnant before they go. Those of you who come to marry the boys in Abuja and when you are going back, you want to be pregnant, stop fooling. Stop fooling, please. Stop fooling until you are sure. Because you are destroying the future of the children, because the future of a child can only be determined by the mother. The type of penis who fuck you that will make the child become a legitimate, sensible child. What's what they gonna say? So after saying all this, I'm saying, now we realize that the contraction of the whole marriage was a lie. They'll have to go to the family of the lady and made it clear they don't care, Wati, and made it clear to them that in this number of years, 5 years ago, this young man came here to marry your daughter, but he wants to take opportunity to make things right so that you can forgive him. All the people he brought to pay your daughter's bride price, they are friends and cronies from the place. So the marriage that was contracted, he has no father. As a matter of fact, he is not a Ghanaian. He is a Togolese. And his family in Togo don't even have an idea that Wawali or baby. No, be going to Kwankwa Beach. So I sat in, did everything, apologized to the girl's family, asked them, is there anything they're supposed to do? They said they have come to disgrace their family. So I was sitting down. And I also told the family that, yes, this young man has more than well. But if you have a precious daughter like this girl that you've traveled to Abuchi today, who came down because of this marriage, and they came to do knocking and you didn't investigate behind who is coming to marry your daughter, I think that you people too, you are wicked and useless. And they said that. These are my exact words. And I've schooled them what it means to collect knocking. Knocking is to give you the right to investigate the man who has come with the family to pay the bride price of your daughter. That is why when you go and knock, they don't give you a list immediately. That is why when you are knocking, they don't collect big money, thousand. They collect coins. They collect the smaller denomination because the money will be distributed. Ye chesi kanima mbrantie wo konkwan biase edi koye beman obeso ye moba ho no ade no echi hwehwemu ye hweso mo wosika omo hwe ma omo wo yale omo abodam akwantu ewo mo abusuemu ana titiri ye kohwe se na ebusuafo ahi na etukwan ko Nigeria da ye kwa Abidjan ne wo fa ko bia na okoye no obaya na enkwala ahi na eko school ho teacher fo ahi na wo fi ho asofo ahi na wo fi ho omomo ahi na ye lawyers wo fi ho not just a japade. So the knocking that was instituted from the beginning was a process to do check and balances that daughters will not go into the hands of roof rats. But now it's just a cliche. It's one of the decorations. And nobody cares about it. If you become vigilant small, they say you are a witch. I remember when we were coming to marry my sister, the young man who came, I did this in the right direction. I went very far. I sent boys, like the family. I told the family, and we sent boys to where the guy is. We're going to know their home. They don't know this thing I'm saying. I'll leave it there, but I said that we did it. I don't know when I went to knock, when we went to do knocking my wife's family's house. I don't know who they came to do. I don't know if they came to you. And see, as a matter of fact, one of the things that should never happen to you, which is one of the errors, is that your father-in-law that they are going to knock will send your girlfriend to come and call you that he wants to have a chat with you. No, it's not that. You shouldn't go. No, you shouldn't go. Any information that man wants from you should be gotten from the daughter. Oh yes, don't go. No, don't go. You see, don't go doesn't mean you don't respect. They are investigating your background. So I don't know why, if you've come to do knocking in their house, and instead of them to use the money you brought to go and do investigation, they send their daughter to tell you that they want to have a meeting with you next week Thursday, and you too, in the name of Jimmy law, you go and sit in front of your father-in-law to interview you as if you are coming for job employment. It's not done. It's not done. Any question they are asking, they should ask through their daughter. Same like the girl. That they want to go and pay the bride price of the girl, then unfortunately, your father and mother will say, tell Abna, your girlfriend, to come and see us this Sunday after church. We want to have a chat with her to know her more. No, don't go. Don't go. Everything they want to know about you can be known through the guy who wants to marry you. That is why dating is important, because dating is the time that you get to know each other and you are able to give a total information about the guy you want to marry. It's not sex. Dating means expedition to each other's family kingdom. Is knowing each other, not sexually. Not sexually. Dating means we are getting to know each other very well and knowing the HUADs in the constitution of our individual families. So how dare you call me to your house to ask me what job do I do because I want to marry your daughter? How dare you? Who are you? It's not done traditionally. But for courtesy of foolishness, we are doing it and we are following it. They don't have right to invite you. Any information they want, because it's their look, the only link between you and that family is the girl. So if they want anything, they should ask the girl. So if the girl has no information and she wants to marry a surprise, then it's their duty to expose the surprise. This is what is called knocking. And this is the basic principle for knocking. So, if you're marrying a Nigerian man's daughter, you don't knock in Accra. You go and knock in Nigeria. Oh, yes. So you, the people who are married to these Nigerian girls, beautiful Nigerian women, giving you handsome daughters and beautiful sons. Yes. You are married to somebody because the mother, by mistake, have made it clear to you that the father was useless and is a Nigerian, and you are forced to turn the daughter to be a Ga and an Ashanti, and hardly do the elders marry Nigerians. Most of the girls who are Nigerians are their Kriapims and Gas. Fantis don't like Nigerians, but Gas and the Kriapims, they like having sexual relationship with the Nigerians. So most of the girls that they don't know their father's lineages in Ghana, Nigerians, they really are Gas, and majority of them are Kriapims. I don't know why. You are because they are in Accra. Hardly do I find an Ewe who is truly over the Nigerian. Maybe may I say I stand to be corrected, but most of my investigation has landed on the Gas. Very soon, one day you sit down there, Nigerian son will become what do you call it? An MP, and will stand as a flag bearer. That's a conversation. Keep my records down. So I'm saying that knocking is done in the family house of the woman. In quotes, family house. So me, I have a family, but my family, me, my wife, and my children, we have a house, but it is not our family house. Keep it. So anytime something might be happening, like naming ceremony, like marriage, like anything, all right. So okay, fake couple user, thank you very much. Please, once this is fake couple, can you please give us the right couple so that it will change my fake couple? I beg you. All right, me, I like to learn. So I like to learn. So once it's fake couple, let's give ourselves the original truth. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I love that. So let me continue with the fake couple. And those of you who like the fake couple, take it. So I'm saying that immediately it becomes a challenge that in our movement and in our lives, we are able to take nobody else but somebody's daughter. I'm saying, don't go and show yourself who you are. Then you're supposed, what the name? You're supposed a girlfriend that you want to marry's father, all of a sudden will ask you very, 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 very salient, important questions. Yes, my daughter is the only one that I have, and I just realized that they say you want to come and pay her bride price. I can't say no because I'm not the one who is supposed to marry. If you don't like it, what would you like? He said, if you don't like it, what would you like? Oh, whatever you have, tell me. Sorry. They say I should concentrate and teach, so I'm concentrating. These are distractors. Okay, so let's find a way for this young man who is distracting us. It is our page. So thank you very much, young man. God bless you. It's better you learn from behind. So you can learn without writing. Thank you very much. So what I'm saying that we are learning from is that, so the family cannot invite you to know you more. So usually they call us and say, I want to know more about you because my daughter is very precious to me. You know that when you came to this house, I have 3 sons. She's the only daughter. And when she's going, we need to know more about you. We don't have much information from where you are coming from. So this invitation here for this dinner is not just to eat, but it's to know more about you so that we know that we are handing over our precious daughter to a very responsible guy. Then you are sitting there smiling. Thank you very much, Daddy. So tell us about yourself, as if you are going to look for job employment. Then you start speaking. Yes, okay. My name is George Lutrot. As you all know, I am a counselor Lutrot in the public domain, but I work as a carpenter and I do coffin. I do more my basic job is a carpenter, but my specialization area is kitchen cupboard, kitchens too, and coffins. I do a lot of coffins. If you remember, just about 3 weeks ago, the young man who died, the musician who died, and everyone was celebrating. His coffin that is running on social media was manufactured by me. So I am carpenter by profession, but by the grace of God, I've also gotten the anointing of God over my life. So as I speak to you, I double also as a preacher and a prayer warrior with the church that you get at the junction, the nice church called Prayer Palace. I am also here there as a prayer warrior. I am with a pastor, and that is what I do in church. I pray more than any other person, and so this is what I do. And so then I pray, and that's what I do. So my auntie, you have to tell her, otherwise she will not let us finish the job. Sorry. So this is what they call you for. Okay, so this is what you do. And okay, my daughter is also very well educated, and I wanted to make sure that she would just be like the brothers. So as she was growing, I made sure that she would take her first degree. And when she got her first degree, I planned for her to go and do her master's. And so, as you all know, once you work with her, you know that she has one degree from Legon, and now she's doing her second master's in business administration with the administration university administration, business school. So I don't know, what is your educational background? Then okay, sir. Well, the truth of the matter is that I was not able to go to school fast. So me too, Papa boys, because carpentry was one of the things I was doing. I didn't know how to go to school and come and do carpentry. So I started my school, and immediately when I got to SS2, I realized that the school would not help me. So I stopped schooling. I was going to school at St. John's, and then I stopped. And I came to work with my father, who was then the carpenter for PWD. So I learned much of these things from my father. So as for me, education is nothing. But I'm planning that one day, as I grew small, I'll decide to go back to school. I mean, you are having such a discussion with a man who wants to be sure if they can hand over their daughter to you. Never do it. Never ever do this mistake. Let this conversation be spoken to the father through the girl's mouth. And I tell you, it's therapeutic. If the woman you are about to marry can tell her father the things I have just said about you to the father, and the father can decide with the daughter, let's allow such a thing to marry her, it's your own palaver. Leave them. Leave them. You are not in any capacity to convince them to accept you. But you are in every capacity to convince their daughter to accept you through them. I'm teaching a different thing. And I am teaching this because when I go and learn and give you the key points, then you reverse and know how to start. So I am treating the start from the bottom. So follow me. The topic is, how do you marry after divorce? And yesterday, I got to a point where I say, declare your divorce. Why am I teaching process to marriage? Because you can only be divorced when you are married. I have not lost my topic. So knocking is where I am. I am nowhere, just at knocking. I have not moved to anywhere. I have not moved to the list. I am just at knocking. So when you have the intent to marry somebody's daughter and you are planning to go and knock, and the question the lady asks, what if the boys and the uncles and aunties that came to marry you are fake aunties? I repeat myself. If you are a woman and your family will allow fake people to come and pay your bride price, see that your family people are wicked and stupid. They don't know what they're about. Because knocking is meant for investigation. But you see, majority of you, before the guys will say they are coming to knock, you're already pregnant. And majority of you, before even knocking, will come on. Instead of the guys and their family, they want to knock and they ask you, me mama some person be knocking. Hey sir, they say me catch him papa no. Okay, they catch him. You papa musu wo amekum e wo Kumasi. Enti me catch him. Oh, na amekum Kumasi they say wow. Who just say Accra uti. Who papa ni nua bia wo ha. Papa nua bi. Abe si dai wo taifa. Na me nim say papa me ne ka. Enti eni omo nka na amekum pa de me ka che papa say ekoye kokoko nya wale no ye koye kokoko wo amekum Charlie Lily we dey Charlie sweetheart we dey me doba we dey we kokebi. Then the daughter who is foolish will call the father or will call the mother in amekum in Kumasi. Hello ma, hey oyima na boko de ma boko. Hey, na juma mu so ma nyame adom. Na da be na ade be ma ni be fie o ma wo de bia ye fro awade. Na ma na de na ade awade tete me da. Na be ma bibi wanyi adu de wan wale dem bi na be ye Oyima ya bompa yo na awade de se na metie me si so no wo papa me chi me ntem anka na ka me ye ma bra bobasa. Nyame so mpa ne yo ba ayaye ne ho ade. Yo ma wa kamate na enu ponti na me fro brante bi a me hia ne kakra be so be me ho ade ba na nka be so mo be ye knocking ye nyame asio me say ye da nyame asi wetie me bible wetie the your mother is happy in amekum. Then the next conversation from the daughter is ma ejo be so be knocking na me ka se knocking no be nya awade na nkasa knocking so de se na fie yi tie wa amekum omefa ka efi nkran aba makuma be knocking there na ka me ka se ni da nka ebe ya wo fa kuma a owo taifa ha no omonko knocking ni mane ampa eye na hampo omo ba ha there wo kwanso there ha tinti omo be there omo be there wo ha ye me ne nka ne nhwe me ne be ka na wo be chia no wo ha chia no preko wo baba no be so no kasa hello da hey at the saying agosi aboko there da bacho ai na juma mti saying da mpacho boko na da be na obafie da mpacho mebe fie bia bosumi ewu a mebe fie abesram so ho ye da mpacho ani yo ene ma menkasa. Then the conversation ends. So when Akosia leaves the line, now the spokesperson for the family, mommy is going to take a turn to address Akosia's issue to daddy. Mira, fra Akosia friend, no, or the assembly to Benin. Na yenina yempa ebo ma yemba no mo se omudu sampempensu ya yen kote asembone ye beti asempa afie mo. I am too vested in this game. Minimum de no. Minim de ma me ne ba be kan de papa ne ba be kan tie no. Tie council Lutro. When tie na e ti se ya chiro MSP a wujimi se wonno. Na oba hema sha se de nikru di nkomo. Now, if you share see feed, it's not bema ne bubu. You bubu bema answer. They cripple you as a father. A bema be a bushia any swadi who say, yeah, and tell some bonny in your mobile and canka. Wako kruka simon unquanet. Or frame me and yasem bonny be or say a branty be a wish yan of son in the end 1 year. Almost per cent a combe a year, you won't be knocking. Or maybe sana see a war. Yes, some. Now, all can say. Oka se be yanka knocking no mba be keke no e be yanka yemma unua be ma no what type the wesi dan what type no kuma yemma kuma engirem wo homa enko e no kin wo di fie na edu a waye na nkasa nkasa na di ma akodi oka na mse no be ka hwe isanse me so me ne ya adwen enya afi no mbe fa ka efi nkran kasiem kro kasiem aba se ye ba be knocking yanka ye nkɔ ne saa enti ye ka ne saa ne de tu anim oba na sɛ wa bi if ni adam obedi aduaba no okay so saa dia mafrɛ kuma de na ka sɛ ne baba ne wofa se no obi be sɛ wo ye ne kokoko na de obɛka no maka kyɛ papa wagimi papa me se wagimi wa ma yere gimi we if ade ni bi ne de ba ya adam di aduaba na omu fie di ntru no wo sɛ ye de ayew papa Bema utifia ebe yo ba ho ade no wo yiri catch or say yanko knocking wo unya be me fie wo taifa esan say be man ne yiri no be man na busuafo fa card ba amokomu a ewa na ya te say oni oba ne te ne ese ne maame yale wa makom ye mesra na be man be driving na ba na. You see, edikanfo no sebio omun jimi you. The former people we met who we learned from, they are not fools. They knew why. It is wrong. And some of the girls will not even, no, some of the girls will not even look for an uncle in Taifa. They will speak to their parents and say, Ma, auntie, the man can say, I'm a honso, and Yamiadum, Mr. Tej, fine. Maybe some of you are saying, dear, and me, I'm afraid I'm so ibaho. In your sky, baby, I says a honor in a feed, and also, on my back, I'm a kuma bear knocking in there. Naka me casa me home, I was painted jammet, and if you can see a young it's like a bayanka, and a danka, Namumbra, Hona dam, Beshadan, Omumbra metu dam or near bush and fork a cra. My auntie, a course more, Madina Zumudan, she's almost more, and our town so a blue quine so. Said that better from Mumbra, me horse painters near bay with your son, yet you're finding knocking, now you shed it by the word. Sister, this is a case. But this arrangement usually is done by the girl because the boy who doesn't know influence her to go and do. This is wrong knocking. Knocking is done in your father's family house, period. And when we say your father's family house, mind you, your father's house is not a family house. Like my house. I have my family, my children, and my wife. We don't live in my father's house. So that is my family house. So any of my daughters, when they are raping for marriage, naming ceremony cannot be done in my house, but must be done in my father's house. That's the family house. However, you can, at a position and an age status of your life, seek for clearance for libation to be poured. So they move, especially naming ceremony, to your house. And that is not by force. When it is accepted after libations are poured, people have built their homes and they said when they die, they should lay them in their homes. But it never happened because the family didn't accept the tradition. Because if you do that, when they go and bury you, they will return you because you did what was not done for the predecessors. Don't belittle traditions. They are important because they carry blessings. So let me continue at the knocking. So all these things I said can be corrected if from the onset, from the knocking stages, the investigations are properly done. So we take money, we take drink. Nobody can take a ring for knocking. Nobody receives cloth for knocking. Nobody receives Bible for knocking. Nobody can receive laptops, mobile phone, mother's cloth. All those silly things they say they are receiving for knocking, it is not acceptable. They are wrong. The only thing that is used to go and knock because you want to marry somebody's daughter is, and I repeat, money and snap. Why? Snap is used to announce the reason why the money is being given for investigation. Yet the insano eko bama ne say ebusua bia base omuba beye ye ba ne ho ade near the sikana count sikana nya kesi oto. I keep repeating, the lowest denomination in Ghana is what you are supposed to give. 1 cedi, 2 cedi, 3 cedi. Even when it comes to marriage and they ask you to pay bride price of 1,000 cedis, you are not supposed to go and take 10 cedis. It's supposed to be 2 and 1 cedis. We don't use big denominations to pay bride price. Traditionally, any amount of money demanded during marriage, they should not use higher denomination to be given. It should be the lowest denomination counted to the amount there. That is why the amount of money they request for bride price is not too much. And yes, so much. And yes, ye ton bane ashen so dear de a shed the union. And in a chesica. If we are, it will be chesica yeche. It will secure the more ban. You are a conta. G nesi kwan ye ma konta G si kwan ye wo eja entoma eni nisika ye wo ena entoma eni nisika en ye wo esika esua nyama na ye abusua dia. They don't know this and they don't want to learn it. But thanks to MSP 30 and Macro Ginger Honey Chips, I've been able to sit down to be able to take you through this by their sponsorship. So now let's learn at the knocking stages. When the family of the girl has done the right thing and have given a day for the knocking, the young man who wants to marry their daughter is not invited to the knocking. As a matter of fact, the house they are going to do the knocking is not known by the man's family members. Now, hear this. The man's family members who are qualified to go and do the knocking on behalf of the young man's father should be the man's family, the man's aunties from the father's side. Hear this. Your mother's family are never qualified to be involved in your marriage proceedings as a man or a woman. I repeat. Woman me for omo nie bibia omo ye e ba ne say ko ye ho ade a. Di omo ya ne say omo ye behwa ade fo. Woman me chifu a omo di wachi e de kwa awade na ase no omo ye behwa ade fo. Be maame oba maame unni bibia oye efa awade no ho akire so a obaba na ewale enti na taadi hyem eduane a ye bechem nyama a ye beche enti mona moye nkwa a moboa ema ye serve enu mpo no mo wa limitation esan se ye kwa koye oba ne ho ade e wo ne papa ne mu fie. Na ni papa no mu fie no munni anwoden wo ho. Is that for all cultures? Yes. The variations are not so huge because some of the items is what brings the variations. And what I'm discussing here is the beginning. What is knocking? Because as a divorcee who wants to marry, these things I'm saying are very relevant to you because when I tell you what you need to do, then you are coming back to what has happened before, which is knocking. So from here, I'll go and continue on the third point. Let me continue. So when the knocking is done, like I just gave the caveats, and I give bulletins and caveats, your mother's family is not really needed when it comes to your bride price pay. They are observers. They are not contributors. So your mother's aunties and the rest, I don't know what happened recently. They are modifying traditions. I went to an engagement recently in the Teshinwa area. And they did something that I kept asking, when did this start? They say, oh, this is how they do it. I said, they should go and check. It's not done that way. They call the girl's mother and they present the cloth. They call the man's father and they present the cloth. I say, it's not done anyway. You are copying blindly. Because as a matter of fact, you see, it's not that I'm the only one who knows who. But when I know, I feel I should teach. It's a feeling. So forgive me. The things that they have brought to pay a bride price, when they finish before the lady will come out, remember, they take it to go and show it to the leaders. And they call the lady to ask the lady if they should collect the things that they have brought before she's shown to the family. If she declines that she doesn't want them, what happens to you presenting the man's cloth, the woman's cloth, a contestant to the guys? How do they return it? All the things they give is presented. When it's accepted, then individual ones that must be given are given. Nobody has. You have no right to present a cloth to me as the father of my daughter. How is it done? And the mother, who are you? The family doesn't have that right. They are presenting it to the linguist, the chairman of the family, and they will bring it to us. When my daughter gives clearance that they should collect it, after the proceedings have ended and the man's family is gone, then they distribute whose name is on what, because the list they wrote was written by my family, not me. And I say, Jimmy, near Fred Bemani Papa, no Jinaho, near Money Mike, da, and that, what your pampers, why is saying tea, Bemani Busa foresee a show and you yam, and tea old chow chow, ha, yo, my Jimmy Sam, I didn't more than. So that is, these things are the wrong things we are adding to traditional marriages, and it's destroying our marriage. Let me go back to knocking. Edio, I didn't try it, but maybe. So the knocking, hey dog, me who watch it, me do. Na bako there. Look at sharing. Yet you can't check. And then you know, Dr. Simedi, and who watch it. My therapist. So the knocking itself, the first thing you should learn is the man will have to tell the family, I am prepared, Daddy. I want you to marry a certain girl for me that I have known for some time. Then the father will ask the son, are you ready to provide what it takes to marry somebody's daughter? He says yes. Then your father will sit you down to investigate your income expenditure. Your father must have a conversation with you on how you are going to run your life with utilities and payment, because the marriage is going to be contracted by your father in the family. So when they say you are prepared, you prove to them you are prepared. Whatever they say, you say yes. Then your father will say, okay, then talk to the said girl. Do you know their family? He says yes. Who is the girl? Then your father will interrogate you like I did the other time. So your father asks you about the girl you want them to go and pay a bride price. And whilst you are doing that, the lady who also are going to announce that you say you want to come, her parents too will investigate you from the girl. So nobody has gotten right to call each one to have a sit. I know some mistakes are done where the father of the girl will want to call both of you to talk to you, advise you about what you want to do. Then the father of the boy too will call both of you. It is wrong. It's not done anywhere. You don't actually have that right. So when your son or you talk to your father and your father says, okay, we're here. Which family? A smart family will begin to go behind before they go and do the knocking. They do huge investigation based on the information you have given them to see if the list of the people we don't want in our family, the girl's family falls within it. So it's the duty of the family to do that. It's in their constitution. So when these things are done, then your family says, okay, they've done their checks and balances. Okay, So tell the girl to tell their family that we want to come and then do knocking to see if we can have permission to marry her. Then the girl goes to tell her family that this is what is happening. Investigation has been done. The girl has given information, much information about the said boy who wants to marry her. Now, once the girl gives this information, now the family is fully informed. The family is very, very much informed. And their information came from their daughter about who wants to marry her. So they give them time. If the guy is from Abuchi, the guy is traveling and coming down, the guy is not in town, and his brother wants to sit inside, all these stupid things are not allowed, but people do. Then the family will sit and say, okay, tell them that our family will sit 14 days from now on Saturday. So we will expect them to come and do the knocking on the next 2 weeks, Saturday coming at 9:45 or 10 a.m. So the family is not caught by surprise with the strangers coming to do knocking. And they give him the venue where they are supposed to come. Then the girl communicates to the boy. So my father says, your people can come. And we are not coming to our house here. They are coming to do the knocking in my father's family house at Weja, Opogono. I'll give you the location to the house. Then because you and the girl have your papa movement, the girl will sit with you. Either you pick Uber, or if you are a driver, they drive in your car to go and show you where the new family house is. That is where they're going to do the knocking. Because on the day of the knocking, you are not supposed to enter that house. But you must show them. So you can drive them around. You can drive them to the place. But you shouldn't be seen. And the family has no right to ask that. So where is the boy that you are bringing to come? It's not done at knocking. So when they fix the date for you and give you the time, they say 10. You will never be welcome before 10, no matter what. That is the family's request. And if the family says 10 o'clock, we are sitting down, and you are late at 11, the family should not wait for you. You have disrespected them. No matter what happened on the way. No matter what your GPS did, once they give you 10, and at 10, you are not knocking their door, forget it. It has its own spiritual implication. Yes, it has. There's a spiritual implication for you not coming to their house exactly at 10 when they gave you the time that 10 a.m. the family will sit and wait for your knocking. The angels and the spirits in charge of marriages, when knocking is going to be done, once chairs are prepared and the family is speaking about marriage, those angels and spirits are only there exactly at the time that they want the thing done. So if you can't be there at 10 and you want to come after 10, before you come, they are supposed to get up. Same way, if you get there at 9:10 and you inform the girl that catch your it's a sign of disrespect that they have given you 10 and you got there before 10 and you are telling them that you are here before. So at knocking and engagement ceremony, you stick to the time they've given you, 10 a.m. You can decide to come and stay at their junction and be loitering around. Exactly at 10, you are supposed to be at the gate and you are doing your knocking. So the time they give you, you are supposed to stick to it. Now, knocking doesn't need a number of people that are what? They need maximum 4 aunties, minimum 3 aunties. 2 people don't do knocking. And it's a woman's job, not a man's job. So when this is prepared and done, this is the procedure. Once you have obeyed the time and you happen to believe that this is the day you're going, remember you are going with a drink, a snap, and just money in lower denomination. This is what you go and do the knocking. So once they give you the time, you get to the destination at the set time. You are going to be at the gate, and definitely they are where you are around. So as you are just at the gate at the time, You only shout, I go, you don't touch the gate. You don't know, it's not done. Knocking is not coming to know. It is announcing your presence at the entrance. I go, fear. I go, fear. I go, I go, hey. Now, one shia boy, one shia boy. This is one of 6 or 4 people. I'm like, they will send somebody to you at the entrance, and the person will come and check and will ask, they find a number on the tower. You, if I'm showing you, yes, remo, yes, you share a jar in kunim. Ufi esuta. Miss Ramona main cancer and some way wine. But I catch them must say, attack bear too. A bushia for feet and climb la and a way. You mati machome ba me then cranny more mama. Then they leave you at the gate and go and announce to the family that a bushia for na year train on no more you more quine no umbra. Then they come and open the gate for you, and your friend knocking, first knocking. Now watch it. Even if the house gate is open, this tradition must be done to welcome you to the house. Yeah. So when this is done and you come, once you enter, you greet. You don't shake hands. You only greet. Again, yachiamu, you yajimusu, you makwaba. Cho akunyeni montrasi. Senye giseno, yetash, nyewanye sesh. Then you sit down. Once you sit down, nobody asks you any question. The next thing you see is that they are bringing you water. Oh, now there's modernization, so they bring you, bottled water. Those days, they will bring you water in calabash, or they will bring you water in a bottle, and they will a bucket, and they will fetch it in a calabash for you people to drink. But now they'll bring you water. Now, traditionally, there's 6 of you. The water they give you, you are supposed to hold it. Whether you are thirsty or not, you are supposed to drink. Whether it's nasty, it's dirty, it's not sweet, you are supposed to drink it when you come for knocking. I get it. So when you come and the knocking is done, once you take water, then the family head will ask, we give you welcome. Thank you very much for coming. You are welcome to the residence of Mr. Alexander Frank Jeremiah Lutrot. Regularly on Saturdays like this, because we are farmers, because we are workers, we sit down to plan for the family at every fortnight. So we had an information that some visitors are at our gate. So if you are here, we welcome you. Then when they throw this welcome to you, then you respond. They say then they will send delegations to officially say you are welcome. Then you say thank you. So they ask, why are you here? Is anybody chasing you? That is why you've entered our house. Are you lost or anything? Then they say, oh no, our son. The water is smelly, the water is stinky, the water you are not thirsty. My brother, you go drink. You have to sip by tradition. You have to sip by tradition. This is what your wife family are drinking. You won't drink. Who are you? Who are you if you are not changing your day? Now, wouldn't be a machine. No, you should just have home a sword tant. Obanum, environment to grant for Grabanum. That I'm looking on home sword tant. Sorry. And when we are learning like this, it's difficult for people to come. I said people have story they should share. I've not gotten any story. That's what at times yesterday when Abna was saying that chaso not to aso, and then I was saying no, even though it was educative for other people. Because when he said then miss you say open thank you very much, honorable Yao France. Oh, member Obey day. Abna na daija me abna men can hear. Clarice Basso of Rabna on UK for Ghana for Omunina Quadifo Mopeda. Yet to uncommon this way. So immediately they do that to you, then ebisa mo kwan so yɛwɔ mo nsuo dada ne ebisa mo kwan so yo bachoda bi anyira you na oh thank you, I will thank you very much. Na yɛbɛ share da na mo say yɛmbra inti yɛbaaya, and this is how the conversation is. Yɛnso yɛnkura ne bɔne na yɛnyira ayɛ na yɛne mo yɛnhyehyɛ sɛ yɛbɛba efi egya gbɛɛturu a ɔyɛ abusua panyin the other yebusua no ewola ono soma ye ne se yembra ne ne mu embedi nkomo bi efa ne ba beema bia ose wo hu abaaye bia owo ha opese yemebisa na se emma no enti mu hu ya no pe ya de enti aye ba en se ye ba be bisa se mo baba owo fie ha ne aboni din ne ho da ho ne ho eda ho se yetumi be ne ho ade ana me no cho anything nearby yo eja mo sampa ebusuafo abeto ye nan chire se none wona me bane. This is the reason why they came because of your daughter in this house, Dorothy Okanse Ambeku. That's why they are here. Okay, so we welcome them. We have a lot of daughters in this house. And as a matter of fact, none of them are yet ready to marry. So we have to really understand that which of our daughters are you talking about? You but first I'm saying, if you are there, this year, why you know tone and until be the if you are quantum, and you ever bad if you are quantum. Mubet me atray omumu potin, the mumu per se, ubabe man ewale. You hear them say, Jayapamcho, if you are quantum, mubaba quantum, emsenidim ba kweda the song a Charlotte. Oko school will go on, only a babe man school. Of course, sorry, so they give some level of resemblance. You yati. Na ebusianisi omati, you the oma Canadian. Omo the omba ba ni bekasa, ni ebisa ne se, enkofu ba na se nsi na omo kan. Na ba ma bay. Enjina so ebe ma ye hu se yetumi esan frɛ mu biom. Se mo begi mmoaye wo ho no eye den. Yo ye dem ase. Yemba empanyifo anim kwantim. Ye kra yensem sika ene yensem shnap a ye de ba be bisa se ekwan da ne ho ana na oba owum na asori na wa present ama ebusua chiame. The man's family that they were sent at this stage, they request them to prove the type of woman they want to pick from this house, and when they are able to prove, they ask them, so what do you have that you're bringing to us according to tradition, so that when we request from our daughter and she gives us the green light, what are the bases that we can use to show that somebody has come to make a request? Then they will present to them what they have, which is the schnapp and the money that they have not given you an amount, an appreciable amount. However, some families, because they don't want to be insulted, have set their own prenuptial amount of money that they say we are taking 2,000 Ghana with a bottle of Chanel or 2 bottles of Chanel because the family is big. So when it happens that you want to go, because it cuts across in different grades, you allow the son to talk to her daughter, the girl she's going out with, and the girl will inquire from her family, what do they need at the knocking? Is it cola nuts? Is it money? So whatever symbol they need, then you take to them. So once you release this to them, they ask you again, who is attacked virtually? Then you give them a vivid representation of who sent you. That is where, after they have collected the money and the snap, you give them detail. So we're sent officially by attack virtually. Is the family head of so and so. Our house is located. So you give direction, description to where you're coming from and what is it. Now you also give them a vivid picture of your son, the boy who is the reason you have come. He happens to be the third child of attack virtue's son, the older son. And he has been working with. So you give a rundown story of the one you are going to do the knocking for. When this is done and everything is said, libation is poured, they thank you, then you depart. You are not served food. You are not served drink. The only thing they serve you at knocking is water. But I see these days people go for knocking, before they come back, they are holding hampers, chips, drink. You don't feed them when they come. You don't have to feed them. You don't feed them. They only came to ask something. When they finish, it's very short. No long conversation. It's like COVID. Quick, no infection. Then you lead them to go. Then they leave. When they leave, they don't bring the girl out to show the girl to the family. The girl don't demand. So can we see the lady? No, it's not that. What if they come from far? They should stop and eat on the way. The only thing you offer them is water. What they show, if they are from far, they should eat before they come. Who has called them? Well, you can make a request at the next 30 minutes. I'm going to be done with the divorce. So when this is done, the next thing they tell them they should leave. And then the information is, all right, we will communicate through our daughter to you in the next 3 weeks of our intention, or in the next 1 month of our intention. Water will not satisfy them. Who cares if they are fasting or they are hungry? So you leave. You are not presented the list for the marriage. The list for the marriage is presented as they told you they will let you know when to come back. When their investigation is done and they are ready to present the list to you, then they will send a message through the person who brought them the message, which is their daughter. So when the family has done investigation behind you and they've spoken to your daughter and they realize that you are qualified to marry their daughter, then they send their daughter to give an information to the boy, to his family, and tell them that my parents says that now on the 3rd week of the next month, they will sit so you can come for the traditional marriage list. You are going for list. They don't give the list to the girl to be given to the boy. They don't send the list through WhatsApp. They don't allow you to assume if you can create your own list. But right now we see the girls we want to marry, they themselves are carrying the list. So they bring us the list. So as a matter of fact, there are those who are carrying the list before we go and tell them, let's go and marry. So before their family will say, Jack, they have given us a list to buy something that we have not been asked by the family to buy. But the list is given, and this is the secret. No woman who is going to be married will ever see the list until they bring the things on the list. So when they prepare a list from the family, You, the one they are going to marry you, you don't see the list. So they don't give it to you to be given to the boy. But because we don't know, after the knocking, they give the list to the girl, and the girl takes it to the boy, and they open the list, and then the boy is able to tell the girl, is your father and mother selling you? What is this 5,000 Ghana cedis for? What is this 6 club for? All these things, what are they asking for? What is this? What is it? Your family is not being fair. Go and talk to them. It's too expensive. Then the girl who doesn't respect will take the list that she's not supposed to see. Go and talk to the mother. Ma intimidate mo here den kra. Ma waya mo si boy. Obi abaso be ware ne nso a. Hwe nyama bebere amanchiro od be ye den. Me am si so ntoma nko na meto. Ma ka se me ni ntoma. Ma ka se say then hey, Kalu. This is the girls. If anybody tells you go and talk to your father about the list, they have disrespected your family. This is what your family said they will take to marry you. If the guy's family cannot afford what they say they will take to marry you, they should sit there somewhere. You to sit here somewhere. Better still, you don't have to buy the list. Yesterday, you remember a lady came here and she said it clear to us. I love that girl's honesty. I don't know if I spoke to her yesterday, did I? Maybe were many. Maybe I'm here to talk to her because she needs help. The lady asked that she should just step there. I don't know if she did. She said she bought her own ring. She bought everything to marry herself. You will never find peace if you buy everything to marry yourself. So you're not supposed to see the list even to buy some. So when this is done and the family hands over a list to you, the list doesn't mean that they have given their daughter to you. On the list, they tell you when they will sit to expect you to come and marry their daughter. So they hand over the list to you. I remember that story. Yes, priceless. So the list is given to you and the family will tell you, by this list, the family sits here for marriages. We do our marriages on Thursdays. It's funerals that we do on Saturdays. And this time, per the family's list, we can be able to come together again as a family to receive you for marriage in the 4th week of the 3rd month from today. It's the family that gives the date. It's not a church. It's not the man's family. That now the man's family will go back and go and say that, well, tell your family that our son just came 7 weeks to go back again because his employees from the US gave him 10 days to come and marry. So tell the family to be, no, it's not that. You cannot control the woman's family on when you want to come and marry their daughter. How dare you? As a matter of common sense, if they give you the date and you have any objection, you go with a drink to go and negotiate, but you don't go and tell them what you want. The other good news about them is that if they give you 3 months from now, Wednesday come and you don't come, and you don't go and tell them why you are not able to come, they don't have any contract with you. Let me also say this. If you go and do knocking and the family don't invite you for a list, you don't go back for your knocking money and drink. It means the families, after their investigation, you are not qualified to marry their daughter. So case closed. Now, this is how we do knocking. And this is how lists are released to us. And after the list, when they fix a date for you to come, your traditional marriage begins. And now, to the marriage. So right now you are divorced. And after this divorce, you want to get married again as a woman. And like yesterday's story, Lily has married twice. And out of the marriage, she's produced 2 children. One was 7 years, one was 3 years. She's 39 years now. Now, in the story, we all agreed that she should go and marry again after divorce. So yesterday, I started a lecture by telling all of you the procedure. I said the first thing is to seek for counseling through help. And as you go through counseling as a divorcee and ex-wife, the first thing you need to do is to go to a counselor to help you prepare for yourself a personality checklist so you can marry again. And the first thing the professional counselor must help you to do is to discover your gender and reaffirm your femininity. Am I still a female? Because in the event of becoming divorced or in the process of going through the phases and the challenges of divorce, it's likely you tend to be a man, lose your femininity. Remember yesterday, a lot of people who narrated their story showed how evil the men were, and some were calling the man that thing. I married that thing, and so they were hurt. They went through hell. Some said they lost themselves. They became the breadwinners. Some said they were doing what the man is supposed to do. Somebody said that she was asking whether cycles can repeat itself or patterns can repeat itself, because she met the mother, and the mother was the one being the breadwinner. And when she also started building up a relationship, she wants to supply everything. So she was asking that, is it a family tree that they are all plugging to eat? You have to discover to recover. I remember I said discover to recover. So as a divorced wife, the first thing is get back your femininity. Am I still a woman? Do I look beautiful? Have I lost my makeup artistry? Have I lost the way I gloss my lips? Have I lost the way I hit my breast? Have I lost the way I look good? How do I look? Do I still look attractive like a woman? Or as a result of the bad marriage I've gone through, this is the effect that I don't look presentable anymore. I said that. And I said point number 2. Immediately you finish discovering whether you are female or you are not. Also, let the counselor help you to diagnose yourself. What did you do wrong that contributed to the divorce? What was your contribution? Wrongful contribution to the divorce that occurred. Check it, I said it. Check whether your utterances as at a point in time where things were not going the way you expected it to go. Were your words bad? Were you speaking like an animal? Were you addressing the same man you have given access to as something that you regret? Were you using harsh words? Were you cursing him? Did you do anything that you became a naga? Was any action of yours wrong to ignite or fasting the process of the divorce? I said that yesterday. The next thing I said, which was the third point, was know what really caused your divorce. Are you truly divorced? That's the third point. Are you truly a divorcee? Do you see yourself as somebody who has gone through marriage and divorce? And like I said, there's a process to marry. So there's a process to divorce. But in this time where you're supposed to discover whether you are divorced, and if truly you are divorced, what I said here is there are different forms of reasons and procedures that causes divorce. A man and a woman can be in marriage, and remember, until you are married, you can't divorce. So a man and a woman can marry, and in their quest to be living together for the rest of their life, accidents, car crash can cause death in the life of one of the spouses or the spouse or a partner in that relationship, the husband or the wife. And here we are discussing the wife. It's likely that a woman can become a widow as a result of the death of the wife. And because you have become a widow and you are a divorcee, or a woman can become a divorcee as a result of the death of the husband. It's a process to bring you to this same stage that I am divorced and I want to marry again. So you can be divorced because you have lost your husband. That's one. Painful exits. Maybe it could be a car crash. That is why you are divorced. That is a fault. So you need to know whether you are divorced or you are still married. And what really contributed or constituted your divorce. So now that you got to know that you are not ready to lose your husband. I love my husband like the way my wife loves me. We have no confusion at home like the way, Priceless and the husband, the soldier man is. No trouble in the house. Everything is going on well. Every fuck the man they fuck. Every eat the man they eat. Left, right, center. But still, Priceless says, oh, he's cheating on me. He's fucking somebody else to prove a point. Yeah. That was yesterday, Priceless. Priceless became worried because she just wanted to understand. What am I doing wrong? That is why my husband is cheating. But according to the statement yesterday, the husband made it clear and spoke the truth to the girl. You are not doing anything wrong. And according to Priceless, the house was okay. He was paying everything. He was being the husband that every wife will want. But he was cheating. And the biggest mistake was that Priceless went to ask. Because by evidence that he has, she has an evidence, so she went to consult the man and say, why are you sleeping with this man? Why are you sleeping with this lady? This lady had an infection because you slept with her. And the man said, well, if you've gone to look for the information, let me give you what it means. The lady was tough in town. And they said, no man can touch her. And my friends plug me that I am the Ajimai who can touch her. And that is how one night stand, I touch her to prove to her, say, I made you soldier, I made you soldier, I made you a soldier. So this one was not a soldier slap, a soldier's deal. She said it yesterday. It sounds funny. It's a good story. So if that is one of the reasons why divorce will come, he says the house is good. They are happy. Everything is going on well. Nobody is hurting anybody. The man was providing. So their house was sweet. If you have such a sweet marriage, and all of a sudden, Fofia and Tuata, an accident occurs and you lose your husband, you end up becoming a divorcee. So it's a type that one can divorce. There are other types, and in these types, death leading to divorce affect a lot of people based on the way the death occurred. Let me say how painful it is, and it's still in my eyes. The 5 people that died in that small vehicle on the road, the woman who was driving to work, the 3 children, and gave a lift, according to the story, to 2 other people who were going on their way, died instantly because their car skidded off the road and entered the river. Now, in an instant like that, the man lost 3 children and the wife. So the man immediately became a widower, not because he was prepared for it. It is a painful exit for him. So this let's reverse it. Whether it was daddy taking children to school, they skidded off the road, and all the 3 children we had, including daddy, died. You are no more married because by law, traditional physician law, when your husband dies, you are no more married. By the laws of the Civil Marriage Cap 127, when you lose your spouse, divorce is permitted. Till death do you apart. So when you become a woman who is divorced, based on the death of your husband, it is also a form of divorce. But your level of divorce will now act as the requirement for the type of counseling you need so you can marry. So a counselor must be interested in how your divorce occurred before you can marry again. So if you want to marry again as a wife, don't shield what happened. Because most of the women that when their husband dies, the first thing is that they probably can come and destroy you and tell you that you killed their son. Yes. And in some traditions in Africa, they will give you some bathing, the funerals water to drink and to bath, prove to us by some spirit you are not the one that killed your husband. And they do a lot of things to prove that you didn't kill their son. So some people too have gone through painful divorce, not because the man maltreated them, but after the death of the men they married, what was done to them. Some they took properties from them. Some they left them with nothing. Some they were punished because they said they killed their son. Some have been deprived of what they have struggled to have, to live with the man after the sudden death of a man who has not prepared a will, who didn't write any policy down. So as you are sitting right now and you have lost your marriage and you want to marry again, whatever caused you to be a divorcee is so painful to you because this is not what you planned for yourself. It's likely that because of this, you would make a decision not to marry again. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because of the way your husband, look, there's a story I have. I wanted to share it today, but today I knew I would not get up, so I didn't bring the story. The woman says she has been married 3 times and has been a widow 3 times. The first man she married, they married in Nigeria. When they came to Ghana, then the man came to die. Then after she has finished doing a widow right, 2 years time, she married again. And the next guy she married, the guy went to Kaswa to fight over their land. And Langard shot the husband, and the husband died. The second husband is gone. 2 times. The first one, they didn't have a child. The second one, they had 2 children, and he was shot down by Langards. Then she said, okay, let me marry again. Then she married a 3rd time. The 3rd one that she got married to, he said they were home and the man was complaining, miti. They rushed their husband to swine clinic in North Condition. That was the end. The man died of heart failure. So she's been married 3 times. And each of them has a painful exit that she gathered courage and married again. Now she has lost 3 husbands and she's left with 3 children. She wants to marry again. And they say at a point in time when they say she was a witch, they took her to a Pambos church in Kumasi, sprinkled some water for her to confess that she's a witch. It never happened. She has suffered. She has suffered after divorce. So someone like this, it will be difficult for her not to say, I'll marry again. She'll say, I'll marry again because of what is happening. And not just that. Society will also paint a negative picture around her for men who are coming. Mami na ka no, hey, unsura de. Or wari papa bi wo Nigeria, oni ne ba no be wu yo. Anche bia no be fufro so san ko wari no. O nipa ne wari ne anche no ko ka so de ko bo no to wu ye. Ye wo ma wasan ko wari bi o. When you are ni tifia makumo mitio yankwati nkwati oni ne ko kwale bu wakowu. Mami no ti wono. Me for asem nko no suo. O wali na be wu. Yes. So it becomes a negative social stigma. People are pointing negative fingers at you because of the process of your divorce. Yours came by death. So it's not everybody you hear they say they won't marry again, that you have to force them to marry. They need counseling. And I believe when I read a story, then I asked her in an audio, have you ever gone for what we call death and grief therapy counseling? It says no. They only go through painful widowhood rites. Is a counselor? I'll send you my picture. My hair was long. When my husband died, they say I killed her, so they have to shave my hair. It was tradition. They shaved my hair, put some things inside to prove that I killed him. Counselor. I loved him. How the hell do I can play it? By her permission. Counselor, I loved the man so much that it was my early stages and I thought I was going to live with him. And he died in an accident on the way for a project when we came to Ghana. Then as for the second one, I thought this is my Hebron, where God has brought me. Everything is okay. We're happy. And through him, I have my twins, the first two boys. He bought a land in Kaswa. Those days where we've not gotten antidote for the land gas people. He went there to go and check on the land. 2 days we've not found him. Only to go back to realize that he has been shot dead by land guards. It was painful for me and my twin boys. I waited, went through another widowhood rites. He was an heir, and they also gave me their own fair share of tradition. I went through it. I said, when I'm done, the other painful part she told me was that they were living in a house that belongs to the father in Achimota. Immediately the husband died and they finished the family rights. The next thing they said is that I should go to our family house. And when the family finish their investigation, counselor, they will bring me and my two boys back to the house in Achimota. As I speak to you, my twin boys from the time their father died, they are 12 years now. When their father died, they were 5. Nobody has called us back to give us the house in Achimota. This is the story of a divorced woman through death. So he said she was within the time. Then just after 5 years, the Lord brought him another handsome man who had one child and has lost the wife. She agreed for them to marry. They were there in the man's house when the man started complaining, my head. Then they rushed the man to North Carnation Hospital. The next thing was he has to be transferred to Kolimi. Before they said Jack, the other husband too is dead. And that is that man that she had one child with. He said the last man's own nearly took her life because she was now asking, what have I done wrong? He says, when this man died, the mother of the son of his ex-wife, not small, because by then where they are living was a government bungalow. The man has not come on retirement, but the man was building a house. The family took the house from her. Till today. So when she watched us yesterday, when she sent the message and I finished reading, I said, but why didn't she share a story yesterday? It says she's not overcome it. And it is the first time she's hearing that she's supposed to go for counseling. He said it's not yesterday. She has never, because she knows counseling is going to talk to the pastor. But what I said they should do, she's not. But she wants to marry now. That's somebody's story. So when it comes to somebody saying that I am divorced, I got married, and this story, I don't know how many of you, these young girls, can stand the story. So this is divorce by death. And I've said it before that divorce is more painful than death. Divorce is more painful than death. When you divorce somebody, let me tell you, when you divorce somebody, you will see the person every time. I know my ex-wife is watching me. She has nothing to do. She can't stop me from social media. But if I was dead to her, unfortunately, she might hear my name, she won't see me unless she goes to my tomb at Gethsemane, East Legon, where I was buried. Yes. So when you divorce people, they are always glaring in your eyes. And when you have children with them, it's worse. If you didn't have any child with them, it's not too worse, but it's worse. So by death, you can become a divorced woman. And every loss must be mourned. So as a counselor is preparing you to marry, the third thing is that what made you act? Am I divorced? Yes. What caused my divorce? And if it is one of these I've spoken about, that your husband died, you had a sweet husband, you had a man that was forceful, a man that when it's in his mouth, he will give you to eat. And then all of a sudden, a tragedy happens. I know it's difficult to make a decision to marry. I know. I will not look, men come out. But Christina Chu ewuye ewo Turkey ema Ghana chajo eya yefa gronto nchen meti we me yiri wu a me yiri dada na kro mo no bie nwuye omu yare kro amempe no wu enya wari na ebe jani keke no, but eye ding no, to overcome a loss is painful. Manafo bi say, me kro ni suban or tete. Now dear ba ko me bompa ka chi Nyankopon se me mo wu da. Yes, that's what she tells me. Every day she's talking about her husband, complaining anytime she's able to meet me. It's a long time she met me though. But anytime she meets me, she has a complaint about her husband. But she will tell me after everything. One thing I ask every day is that may God give him strength to take care of our children. May nothing bad happen to him, counselor. He's really, really punishing me. And we have stayed for 7 years now, no sex. But I don't wish him any evil. Because when he dies, I can't stay. Wow. Wow. So the counselor must understand the cause of your divorce. And you have to really come out, cry, fight. So once we diagnose what caused your divorce, it's a whole package that must be dealt with before we give you green light to go and marry. So going to marry after divorce, and that forms her. So the third thing that I'm talking about is diagnose what caused your divorce and whether you are divorced. Then after this, we have the other category. What caused your divorce? He was abusive. He threatened that blood will flow, like yesterday. A man I'm living with that when I was in labor, he is not ready to support me. I was put on anesthesia drug because I had a challenge and a complication after delivery. And I was not supposed to drive. They were calling my husband. He didn't appear. This man has punished me with pain in my heart. And what I've gone through in his hands, I cannot marry him again. I'm talking about a man that I sacrificed everything to bring him to the US, to Canada, to Spain, to Germany. A man who has never traveled before. I did his first passport for him. As a matter of fact, all the money I gathered when I came to Germany, I sent it so he can come down 15,000, 18,000, 22,000 euros. I'm talking about the man who came to marry me, that I went to marry and brought to Germany. When he entered Germany, he didn't have any documents to do any job. Nobody was available to give their document to him to work. So I was doing 5 jobs so that we can pay our rent, so we can put food on the table. All of a sudden, he was rushing me to get pregnant because I am getting old. I got pregnant and I had to stay home for the next 9 months because in your pregnant mood, I was vomiting day and night. And so nobody was ready to employ me. It was my mother and father that was feeding us. This is my predicament with this man. I'm talking about this man that I have sacrificed for. The man that entered Germany and that didn't know any word in the German language. I did everything for him to become. Everything I did for him to become what he has become. I'm talking about the man that before he left Ghana, he had no one plot in Accra. He doesn't have one plot in Accra. But as things were going on, I continued working. I was working in living. I was working out of living, doing everything after my first child with him. And then we bought a land in Accra. We started building. As I speak to you, I'm talking about the man that we are able to boast of a 4-bedroom house with a boys' quarters in East Lagos. This man has not neglected me, wants to kill me, and because I want my sanity and my life, we have gone through divorce. And after divorce, he says, I have nothing. He won't give me any portion of the property we have made in Ghana. The debt we are owing, he said he will not pay because he has left me. And I realized that my life is more important than this thing. So, counselor, I have gone through a painful divorce with this man. When you hear somebody share a story like this that led to their divorce, will it be easy? Will it be easy for such a woman to just go, I want to marry again? So the counselor must understand. You have to let the counselor understand what really caused your divorce. A woman divorced the husband when the son was 4 years. As I speak to you, the son is 39 years. She's never had sex with any man again. She's never had any man again in her life. She doesn't want to discuss anything called marriage. If you raise the marriage topic at a stage in her life, she will want to kill you because what caused their divorce? Hear this. The woman went to deliver. She got pregnant to their 4th child. 4th child. She has 1 girl, 3 boys. So on the 4th delivery in America, the child became a cerebral palsy child as the child was growing. So at 4, they realized that the child was not speaking. The child cannot talk. The child cannot eat. The child was only salivating. Then they took the child to the hospital, and diagnostics proved that the child was a severe cerebral palsy child. She has to resign as a registered nurse to be able to come and take care of this child. Then they had to go to Ghana because the stress was too much in America to go and see what can she do traditionally for the child to walk and the child to talk. Says when the child came, the man was now in Ghana before she went through delivery. She's gone for holidays. When he told the man, I've delivered a child and this is the diagnosis after 4 years. They chased the man to their home. She said when they got there and the man saw the child, he said, this is not my son. My penis cannot produce such an animal. These are the exact words of the husband. The woman said the thing hit her. Say, how? What are you telling me? I've not slept with anybody ever since I met you. I have this number of children with you. If I've gone to labor and this is what I have brought, you tell me this animal is not from your penis. Me kote en wo say exact words in P. She said she was hurt, but she managed to live with a child in that house. He said they were there. Then one day, where they live, they said their mother, the child's grandmother, have heard that they have come. So a whole delegation came. He said the room the son was lying. When the grandmother came with the aunties and as if they told them, come and see the bosom that the wife of our son has brought to the house from America. They came and stood at the entrance and were pulling their head to see the animal. And when they left, we started conversing. Yes, everything you will marry. A woman who has delivered 3 healthy children in her 4th time to go to labor, she brought a severe cerebral palsy child home. And the whole family of the man, including the man, says she has gone to give birth to an animal. She said now she can't stand them. Every morning, they said a set of people will come and see the animal in the zoo. Every morning, they will come and see the animal in the zoo. Every morning, somebody will travel and come and see the animal in the zoo. The people that when she delivered, when she's coming to Ghana, whatever they are expecting, Auntie Waba, then he said when she was coming back, she bought perfumes in all these conditions to give to the aunties. It says nobody collected what she brought from America from her hand because she has gone to give birth to an animal according to the husband's family. Painful. So her family house was in Tema, Community 4. The only thing she could do, so she got up one day and said, if I stay here, I will die. I don't want to go to America and I want to help my son to walk. She left to Community 3, Community 4, where the mother and the sisters were. So when they got to the house, the way the mother received her and her sick son, she felt back again as a human being. From that day, the boy was 4 years. Till today, the boy is 39 years. She has never encountered the man again in his life, in her life. She came back to America. The boy started walking small. Look for somebody for her to continue to do some work so she can get a better house, because the house we were living in was a combined mortgage for her and the husband. Now the husband has left and have decided not to pay part of the mortgage. And the house was big, a 4-bedroom house. So she has to look for a smaller one that she can afford with a child with this condition. So look at her divorce. This was a man who was married to her. So her own was not going to court to divorce. But when she took the child from the animal kingdom, from the zoo, and was embraced by her family, she came down and the child was 4. The boy is 39 now. So I'm talking about 35 years ago when she said that was the last time she set her eyes on the father of this child. And she vowed never to allow any man to come close to her. She will live with the son. And the other 3 children. So the other 3 children were living in the father's house. But the father brainwashed all the 3 children against their mother and their last born, who was cerebral palsy severe. Told the other children, he said the man polluted the other siblings, that their mother went somewhere, slept with somebody else behind, and by their tradition, if a woman gives birth to a sick child, it means that she has cheated on the husband. And the mother said she was going to school and was going to work, and their mother has gone to sleep with somebody. That is why that boy is become like an animal. So it is not his child, and that child is not their brother. I hear things that at times, I'm telling you, it's so painful. This is painful. A man like this will not die now. God will punish you before you die. How dare you do this to a woman you are married to? Who has 4 children for you? 35 years. This man have not, no, I said, this man have not set eyes on the animal child. And as for his other 3 children, when he calls them American children, they talk to her just anyhow. They address her like she's a witch. She's an evil person. Until the older son came recently when he was going to get married. Came to sit with her and told her everything that Daddy told her, which is the reason why nobody's coming closer. So it was the older son who tried in America here. I'm sorry, I'm getting very emotional. I'm talking about a woman who says she would not marry. No matter the counseling you give her, she doesn't want to see anything like a penis around her. Up close. So the older son came and told her this that I told you, that this is what Daddy told us, that you cheated on her, on him, with another man, and that is why you gave birth to our brother, and our brother will die because you have done that evil thing. Our brother will not talk, he won't walk. So the gods of their family gave you an animal as a punishment until you speak the truth. So he said the son has become a medical person. So the son understood what cerebral palsy is. So when the son came, he said, well, so this is what Daddy told you. That's why all of you are against me. He said, Mommy, that's what Daddy told us. He said, now you have grown. He said, yes, you have grown. The daughter is a nurse. And the daughter for many years have never been able to look at the mother's face and greeted the mother. So the son decided to do a DNA. The DNA was 99.4% that this is Daddy's son. People, many have got divorced as wives, and the process that led them from getting out of marriage is so difficult to counsel them to come back so they can marry again. This woman for over 35 years have never had sexual intercourse again. As a matter of fact, she doesn't want to see a man. I talk to her about marriage issues, and she'll just be quiet. So you see, it's affecting the children. The daughter has a child and doesn't want to get married. She lives in Washington. And the daughter, the day the daughter will pick a phone to call her, she calls me. Once the daughter calls her, she calls me and say, Osofo, Letitia just called me. She's so excited that the daughter has called her. Their father is still alive. But if I tell you what the animal has turned into, the cerebral palsy child can speak. Just that he sits in an electronic chair. That boy is now a computer giant in America. You see, this is about 3 years ago, in one of my foundational stories, she said, look at what has happened. The father has sent the boy a message through the older son that he's the father. And no matter what happened, those decisions were taken because he had lack of knowledge. So the son should forgive him. And the son came to communicate the message to the mother. And the woman called me, after 35 years, after 35 years, Mr. Q has the guts to send a message to the animal, he said. My mother-in-law died. He said the mother-in-law died. Everyone else said the mother-in-law died. And he sent a drink to her family in Ghana that her mother-in-law is dead. And they have to come and perform right as a daughter-in-law. He said he told any of the family members that if anybody goes to perform anything, she will never talk to any of them again. Thank you very much. Listen well. So the third point is identify your divorce. What did you go through? I can't marry you again. There are others that they went through divorce because the husband went to have a child out of wedlock. There are others that they went through divorce because the husband was sleeping with somebody they didn't like. There are others that they also went through divorce because the husband chanced on them cheating. But hear me. The Bible says that, and Jesus Christ went to the well side, and whilst he was at the well, he was thirsty and asked for a woman to give her water. Remember the story? And he said this woman who offered Jesus water was a woman who has married 6 times when she met Jesus at the well. Now, and Jesus said to this woman, you have been married 5 times. What is the secret that a woman who we think is not good will be married 5 times? How many times have you been married after your divorce? The book of John chapter 4 verse 18. And I read. The fact is, you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true. The woman testified. So when we sit here and we tell you things, Jesus saw it. When I'm treating a topic and you feel like, why am I doing what I'm doing? There was a woman in the Bible, in the book of John chapter 4, and there are many accounts, but I can read, let me read for you from verse number 16. John chapter 4 verse 16. He told her, go call your husband and come back. Verse 17. I have no husband, the woman said. She replied. Jesus said to her, you are right when you say you have no husband. They hear the prophecy. In fact, the fact is you have had 5 husbands. And the man you now have is not your husband, which is the 6th one. Then the woman said, what you are saying is true. Said, the woman said, I can see that you are a prophet. Verse 20. Our ancestors worshipped on this mountain, but you, Jews, claim that the place where we must worship is in Jerusalem. In the book of John, chapter 4, and specifically verse number 18, Jesus met the woman who was married 5 times. And currently, the 6th man the woman was with was not her husband, but somebody's husband. I don't know if I don't know where your pastor read Bible like I read. So what is the quality in the life of a woman who can go through marriage and divorce 5 men, and still there was another man with this woman, and still she was able to meet Jesus, and Jesus made a request from her? Think, my sister, never write yourself out of marriage. If you are divorced 400 times, no matter your story, no matter the condition, no matter the problem, marry again. Somebody made a statement yesterday here that you are going to divorce another man and go and be sleeping with another man. That was the question. This woman has divorced 5 men. And the current man in the life of this woman is somebody's husband. Listen, the girl says, Abojeche. There is nothing new under the sun. So the way you are judging people and speaking loose about them, you left your husband and you are sleeping with other people's husband. Shut up. It happened in the Bible. It's in the Bible. John chapter 4 verse 18. You can read from. What do you think that was? If your pastor don't read the Bible, they come to frighten you. I want to show you something. So in John chapter 4, reading from verse number 10, Jesus answered her, if you know, okay, so let me read from verse number 9. The Samaritan woman said to him, verse 8, John chapter 4, verse 8, his disciples had gone into the town to buy food. So Jesus was walking with disciples, and when they are hungry, he sent them to go and buy food. John chapter 4, verse number 8. Verse 9. The Samaritan woman said to him, you are a Jew, and I am a Samaritan woman. How can you ask me for a drink? For Jews do not associate with Samaritans. Verse 10. Jesus answered her, if you know the gifts of God and who it is that asks you for a drink, you will have asked him. You would have asked him, and he will have given you living water. Verse 11. Say, the woman said, you have nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. Where can you get this living water? Verse 12. Are you greater than our father Jacob, who gave us the well and drank from it himself, as did also his sons and his livestock. Verse 13. Jesus answered, everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again. But whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give them will become in them a spring of water, welling up an eternal life. Verse 15. The woman said to him, Sir, give me this water so that I won't get thirsty and have to keep coming here to draw water. Verse 16. He told her, go call your husband and come back. Then the woman answered, I have no husband. She's a divorcee. She said, Jesus said to her, you are right when you say you have no husband. The fact is, you have had 5 husbands. Why? Why is the church so judgmental? Why are we, society, so judgmental? Why do we look at divorcees as if they are evil? Why do we make people who have lost marriages as if they are not qualified to live? Hear me. Don't allow anybody to talk you out of marriage. The woman who met Jesus and had the history of Jacob and his sons, knew the history in the Bible, has married 5 times. What was about her? How beautiful was she that she kept attracting husbands? My sister, if a woman can marry 5 times, even if she was the one killing the husbands, like we will keep saying, even if she was the bad one, how come 5 different men will come to her and go? And at the time when she met Jesus, there was the 6th man who was not her husband, but somebody's husband was with her. There is something about her. That is why I tell you, counseling is important. Build yourself after divorce. Don't go down after divorce. Don't allow your ex to see you and be excited. Let them see you and regret losing you. Even me as a man, my ex is crying. My exes are worried. My exes are looking for opportunity to come back. Because after leaving me, I have become a depository of wisdom. They might have kissed me before. They might have had sex with me before. They might have hugged me before. They might have heard my voice before. They might have slept on the same bed with me and I snore before. They know there's certain secret about me. They have the size of my male organ. They know there is a mark on my thigh. They know I am hairy from my buttocks. They know my chest has a hair. They have some history about me. But my current state, they don't know. They admire what I've become. And that's a regret to them. Don't allow any divorce to draw you away from the desire to marry. No matter how painful the divorce was, no matter how painful the exit was, woman, hear me, marry again, marry again, marry again. Even if somebody else's husband sees you qualified and you can be a next or a second wife, go ahead. Leave the church alone. The Bible says so. When the disciples have left Jesus thirsty because they're going to look for food, the only available person that Jesus had access to at the well, he didn't have what it takes to draw the water. The woman who had what it takes to draw water for Jesus was a woman who has married 5 times and was in the same room with somebody's husband as the 6th man. And dang, why do we make people feel bad? Why do we preach until people feel guilty? Why do we make people feel that heaven is all about sin? What are we going to do in heaven? Let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Christianity is not going to heaven. Christianity is affecting the earth. These are things you don't want to teach. So as a woman who wants to marry, as a woman who has gone through divorce, whether with children or without children, let your desire for marriage increase. Increase your smell and your taste. Let the environment know that you are available for marriage. People, when I tell people they will marry, when I tell people marriage is still good for them and you don't understand me, I have too much information, traditionally, spiritually, physically. That is why I am convinced that after divorce, marry again. Maybe you've not read the scripture before. Maybe they have read the scripture and misinterpreted the scripture to you. But today I came to ask you, what will cause a woman who has divorced 6 men to still be attracted by Jesus? Why would Jesus go and drink from a well bag of a woman who has divorced 6 times? Why would Jesus meet a woman who is in the same room with somebody's husband and demanded water from such a woman? We are becoming too Christian than the Pope. The pastor's preaching is becoming too there's a word I want to use. They are preaching to you as if you are the biggest sinner. They say they won't give you communion because you are a second wife. They are stupid. Which of the Bible says that? Which of the Bible they are reading? They say because you are not married and you have children, you are a sinner. Ask them. Because you have divorced. I hear pastors boldly, foolishly, aimlessly sitting in front of a congregation telling the church that if I bless your marriage, you can't divorce. Who are you? No, who are you? I will not allow you to divorce after. Who are you? No, who are you? Man of God, who are you? Man of God, are you serious in life? Man of God, who told you marriage is forever? Man of God, who told you that when a woman divorces, she can't marry again? People, I'm asking. Was it not Maya yesterday telling us, Bible say, I tell Maya, I say she will marry. How many times has she divorced? Do you have somebody has just divorced 3 times because she lost 3 husbands. She wants to marry again. Now you tell somebody, concentrate on your children and forget about marriage. Oh yeah. As beautiful as you are. Have you seen a foie before? Hey, where's a foie? I saw the picture of Gifty yesterday. She's beautiful. Yesterday I saw a picture. She sent me a picture. Hey! She's fair colored with neatness. This is not Photoshop. The girl is beautiful. She says she stands in the mirror Where's Clarice? She's not here to talk about my lip balm. But they have left me because I'm lecturing. They don't like to learn. You see, they're not here to learn, but I'll teach. Thank you, Honorable. Listen. And the painful part is that they will tell you things that will hurt you. You are doing an evil thing. How do you leave your husband to go and join another person's husband? Hey. If another person's husband can give you peace of mind, go ahead. Hey, counselor. Counselor, what you are saying, be careful. I am careful. Bible says Jesus met a woman and took a water jug to drink from the woman. And the woman has married 5 times. There is a 6th man in the room of the woman who is another person's husband. Sure? Yes, started in Kofo Kunum and Yen. Yes, started in Kofo Kunum and Yen. And to come ba, when you diabetes, when you BP, wakuma wasro esan say obi onyanko ba di wukunu jajimienu na ye started in provoke enya wo so ne de hya ase e na me de me kunu de maka kire no e da me hu se odi obi fufuro da de ye to nkwanta ya pa ko kwa una waja wale na ko wale dua ale obi di wukunu na ede now when I want you to power tell one, what is on your uncle become one? Up then na caring is not sharing for you people. Tell me. Mon can Bible nundu baby. Obia me nimuda se besi ene. Obi beka so san kire me nyankopon bi. Minim no pa. Maka kire mo da. Se mani swadi hu nye esuro ahememu na mani swadi hu ni se memma nyankopon suro ahememu abasasi so enu nti no frɛ me. So your counselor must understand. Your counselor must not condemn you. Your counselor must not make you feel bad, but like I'm doing now, your counselor must let you know that no matter what has brought the divorce, no matter what has made you fail your divorce, there is hope again for you. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Rise up from your stupor. Rise up from your nasty way of life. Rise up from your dry lips. Rise up from your sport hair. Put back the smile. Go and do your makeup. Wear your nails. Let your ex-husband hear of you and rush to go and peep in the window. Let your ex-husband go to social media and cry like Pastor Love. Pastor Love was so obsessed with Christian Love that even when you're talking about Christian Love and Pastor Love, he wants to come and fight you. He opens his mouth to say that a car what train with that there or before fraud you know any fella and hammy hey 1 man's meat is another man's poison. She said now you enya koti baby a odi and no be send message say what na ni kunu awale no was it na I think the message is still there. Me ko hu on TikTok. Yes, it's on TikTok. Or say he's been married to this man. The punishment in sex, the man made her feel like empema grown is supposed to be animalistic. She's never enjoyed sex before. She's never squirted before. There's no excitement when it comes to sex. But when she divorced the husband, her first encounter to sex has changed her mind. And that is why she wants to marry again. Aboa! Hey! Yeah, do na ye obi fufuro di wi hwese na wahu se obuo watwa ho Unya bema baby do try a man who's all your pa. Now Trana den or baby I'll say a den be I'll be in. Now say bear man or done a chin bear money a Jimmy for a good bear many must. Now ya can't no crab punch and Uncle Ben Yam say who bear me beer or to me sepa wo ma feel ma sorry cat thank you to say black coffee. Would you woman bear me beer so bear me beer cut bear. So the third point is discover your status if you are divorced and know what caused your divorce. And out of the cause of your divorce, your counselor should build you up to have another taste for marriage. My sister, never go down. Lift up your eyes onto the hills, for help is not down. Help is up. How do you look up? You look up by looking good, dress well, buy the right dress. Stop what you are doing to yourself. You are working hard and to prove to your ex-husband that you can take care of the children. Forget the stupidity. Look at yourself in the mirror. Your skin color has changed. Some part is yellow, some part is brown. You are looking dirty. Look at your face. Look at your mouth. Look at your teeth. My sister, let the world know that after divorce, you look sumptuous. You look presentable. This is why you need a counselor. Know your divorce status. Point number 4. Take stock of your life after divorce. Take stock of your life. Now, your stock taking must start from the entry and the exits. What did I enter the marriage with? And what am I leaving the marriage with? Stock taking. Am I teaching good? Then let me clap for myself. You see, this is the time people should come and ask questions, and nobody's coming to ask anything. Yes, the school of marriage and relationship is a school. I say that. So this is the 5th thing. Is it a 5th? Yes, the 5th one. No, this is the 4th one. I'm explaining the point one after that because this lecture must be turned into a book. If I have a good transcriber, someone is clapping for me. People who are what's a limb? People are supposed to come and learn. Oh, my baby, ask questions. Then when they finish, they want to come behind the scene and ask you a question. And when you tell them that this must be done through cost, then they don't want to come again. Yes, take stock of your life. Take stock of your life. And your stock taking must be done at the entering of the marriage and your time of exiting the marriage. Stock taking is essential. My girl will tell you that she married at 24. And she realized that she didn't have any experience in marriage. She was behaving like a child in the marriage. She invested foolishly because she was just a child. She has nothing to build around like her singleness. She has not built her singleness. Bibia, everything around her was boring. But she was a young girl that has met a grown-up man, 10 years older than her. The marriage didn't work. So for her to marry again, she has to take stock of her life. Yesterday, I was telling the girls here that the men who has walked into their life are wrong. They should let them go. Oh yes, they didn't understand. But they followed me that they would do. I know what I'm doing. I don't just work in the spirit. I work both in the spirit and in the flesh. I know the laws. I am still learning. And if you tell me there's any counselor who says he knows more than me, I won't challenge him. But he doesn't know more than me because what I know, he doesn't know. So he knows, but he doesn't know more than me. This thing I'm teaching you, I want anybody who can challenge me and say they've heard this somewhere before. How to marry after divorce. Nobody. Nobody has prepared a lecture like this before. Nobody. You can say, I'm proud. It's okay. Take stock of your life and be honest with your stock taking. Don't shelve anything under the carpet. And in your stock taking in the marriage, let there be a financial stock taking. Let there be an investment of financial stock taking. Let there be collateral stock taking. When these stock takings are made, financial, investment, collateral, and these things are quantified financially, then you will come to take another stock. Take stock of your personal entering time and age. How old were you when you were entering the marriage? I was 24, so your intake time was 24. Your exit time after marrying for 20 years is 44. So you see your intake and your outtake. Stock taking. It doesn't make sense. For you to marry as a divorcee, the fourth thing is, let us do stock taking for you. And we are doing financial stock taking. We come and do personality stock taking. Your entry time and age. I married at 24. I exited at 34. So I married for how many years? 10 years. Then we come in between. Within your 10 years, what did you bring on board? I came into the marriage with one child. I came into the marriage with no child. So what are some of the achievements within your catchment time in the stock? I got pregnant 4 times. I have 3 children out of the 4. I had a miscarriage when I had the first one. We got married in the first year. One of the products that I have in the marriage was a daughter. I lost my daughter in the marriage. There was a miscarriage. So out of this marriage, I am stepping out of the marriage with 4 sons and 1 daughter. Hey, you have to do stock taking. The other sense of stock taking is an investment in the marriage, emotional investment, spiritual investment, traditional investment, tribal investment, and personality investment. Now, book na counselor can yet Tony Wahi. So this investment I've mentioned, you need to clarify it in your stock taking. Why? Because out of these investments you are talking about and the way you invested, how they yielded fruit for you, how you lost them, will be able to implicate on your next journey of marriage. Everywhere is quiet. I am alone. Nobody is supporting me. So when you take stock of your life, your investment, your whatever you enter the marriage in, what are you coming out with? So you take this 5 stock, then you come back to see the yields of your investment, both emotional and physical. You enter the house, you did the first rental with your husband. Yes, you can ask a question at this time. Go ahead. I'll answer your questions. Take stock. We build a house together. Where is the house? I work hard. I give my husband $10,000 to support a house we're building. Where's the house? Take a stock. And when you get the quantification of your investment, how much are you taking out of the marriage after the marriage? You have children. So after all the stock taking, your financial investment, your losses, your head cuts, your emotional investment, then it pulls you to another stage of your life. After you've done all your investment, do family investment. How much have I invested into my husband's family? Emotional investment in the family. Because sometimes you go into marriages, and even though the man is not correct, your mother-in-law is too correct for you. Yeah. So you have invested a certain character in the life of your mother-in-law, that even though you are no more with the son, you will still have some allies with. Now, there's some investment that they are joint investments. You have gone to open a joint account because you have a company together. Maybe you work with him in the same company. So after the divorce, what is happening to the shares? So investment must be seriously considered, and what you are taking out of investment. It is where the counselor will assist you whether the house you have built in Ghana and you are using for Airbnb, you should go and let it be sold to collect your money, or you should still be a co-owner even though you are divorced, and let that be your percentage into your account. A counselor will assist you that any joint investment, should you sell it out or let it run to give you money. The house you have built together. Yesterday, the lady said that they have built together a house after all their hard work with this man. And the man says he wants the house. And she just left quick with anger and gave the house document to the man while they have a son together. Now she says that she's keeping the son and making sure that she will invest a lot and take care of the son. My sister, the biggest mistake is that you have to do your first investigation and evaluation to see the outcome of what you are taking out of the marriage. Are you taking an investment out of the marriage? Are you taking a profit out of the marriage? Are you taking a deficit disorder out of the marriage? How do you come into the marriage with something that must be multiplied, and you leave the marriage with something that is subtracting your life? Why have you left the marriage with children, and the children are draining you? You need to quantify the investment. And mind you, the children or the child is an investment. Don't forget, if you enter into the marriage like Maya, with all your heart, and after many years of the marriage, you also step out of your marriage with an emotional investment, sexual investment, and end up with no child after divorce. It is an investment that you have done, and your investment will now come up to nothing. So the next investigation you do is health investment. So when I was entering the marriage with my wife, I didn't have BP. I didn't have sugar diabetes. I entered into the marriage with a flat tummy. I entered into the marriage with no stretch marks. These are a health investment. But now I am leaving the marriage with stretch marks on my tummy. I have a cesarean cut as a result of childbirth. I'm leaving the marriage because of health conditions and what my husband took me through, or what my wife took me through, and my husband left me with BP. I am now on medication for, blood pressure. I am now on medication for sugar diabetes. Investment. So you do your health investment. Check in, check out. Now, if you are leaving the marriage with a checkout of BP, blood pressure, and diabetes, and living with other diseases, then your out check is going to be expensive, because this becomes liabilities. You know why I study everything? So I study economics, I study business models, and these things I study, people don't know why, but it is for counseling. How many counselors knows that these models are used to do your out check as a divorcee before you marry? So when you jump fast to go and marry because another man has come, you are making a hell of a mistake. Because these things I'm saying, how many of you have gone through them? As a matter of fact, I am just alone, the only counselor that does these things. Because in my office, even if you're a fresh guy who wants to marry, you go through the first 6 sections is divorce. I teach you divorce before I teach you marriage. So check all the investments you have done, and let's see the outcome So the counselor will now help you to grade what you took in. What did I lose? How did I lose them? Where? How come? So I put in 10,000 for the sales of Makwe ginger honey chips, and at the end of the year, when I was reclining my profit, I realized that out of the 10,000 I put in, I am only coming out with 2,000. What caused the loss? So I didn't have profit, but I have a loss. Now you are going to go into your losses. You don't just jump into losses, you also jump into profits. So you jump into losses and investigate what brought the losses. When did the losses come after 10 years of marriage? And if you have profit, you also jump in and see what brought the profit. What did I do right to get the profit? Now, after you balancing both of them, now that I'm out of the marriage, these profits I've gotten, how are they going to be invested to make more profits? But you see, when divorce comes, no, let's sell the house and share the money. I don't want to have anything. No. You can be divorced and still have a joint property. Oh, yes. Temper. This is why the rule is before divorce, seek for counseling. During divorce, seek for counseling. After divorce, seek for counseling. All right. It's about coming. That's what the lip gloss does. The lip gloss leaves some whitish thing on your lips. Then it makes your lips become like enteswo a lip balm. Hey, Counselor, one over say thank you. What should I do? Then the lady gets annoyed. Okay, so let me read it before the lady gets annoyed. It's about a relationship. When your lady hates when you communicate with your mom about some issues, then the lady gets annoyed. What should I do? Now, anytime your lady is annoyed for you talking to your mother, the first thing is that, what have you told your lady about your mother? Number two, how does your lady know you're talking to your mother? So if you give your mother's position in your life to your lady in a certain category, then anytime you talk to your lady, she will now be believing that you don't have the sense of your own. You are marrying or living with her with a sense of your mother. So be careful the way you speak about your mother before, during, and after your relationship. And my mother didn't go to school because it was like this. Then very, very carefully. If everything you have to tell, you say, and my mother say, I have to consult my mother. How do you consult a woman who has never been to school before as a graduate of the University of Ghana with 4 masters? So there are things that you don't do when you're in a relationship. I've answered you. For further clarification, 862-571-3950. 862-571-3950. My brother, send me a WhatsApp immediately. The phone is lying here. And we'll continue from that conversation. I will help you. I will help you. So that if it's not worth you entering the relationship, you stop it. Because the information you might have given will affect you if you move ahead. So don't hesitate. Call Counselor Lutrot. 862-571-3950. Send me a WhatsApp now. And on the same number, as a woman, you need MSP 30. Call me for yours right now. It's for women and for all gender, both men and women. Call for your Makwe ginger honey chips. 862-571-3950. So as I was saying, do the stock taking, do the inventory, and check all the categories. See what you are bringing out after divorce. Maybe you entered the marriage with no house, but right after the divorce, the man in the marriage was able to acquire 10 houses. you were just given 3 houses out of the 10. How do you manage it? These are investments. I mean, what don't say pine a car and our jaya ban. Yama fear me and son. Obama. What about then? Papa na ma na stores na mo sisi wo kaswa no 10 or say fat. Can you manage it? You see why it's important to have a counselor? Because the stock taking will lead you to the investment out of the marriage. And once you know the investment out of the marriage, now you have houses to manage. Your husband was a landlord together with you. So your tenants respected you and your husband. Now, after divorce, you don't demand that they sell the property. Let us run the products together. But we quickly go and say, I don't want to crash with him. Nay, a counselor will help you not to crash with him. You can get an investment manager. That will be the person that will meet your husband to collect your portion for you. You can get an investment manager. You will sign a deal that the income that comes into the bank, all of a sudden, when they make a profit, the bank will distribute the money into your account. You don't need to meet your ex-husband so you can manage the property out of marriage as an investment. Groni edin. Ejuma yakosua. Mumba mayamwa mo na jimie sa me pese me hunu. Me huna na me koma ba hey. Jawo jimie ka say. Settlement. That is why in the event of a legal divorce, we have what we call the alimony. The alimony is the asset you acquired during the marriage. Whether together or alone, the law says that whatever is acquired during the jurisdiction of the marriage, apart from the prenuptial agreement that you will have, whatever you have acquired in the marriage must be distributed 50-50 each. So my sister, in your investment out of your marriage, as a divorcee who wants to marry, what do you have in your hand? Moses. You have something. And I've gone into marriage for 25 years, and I've been in this marriage for 30 years, and I'm coming out of marriage with nothing. Sister, why are you coming with nothing? Your temper, the way you are talking. You mean nothing came out of the marriage? Something came. But you have used temper to lose what you have. You go to court, and the man is, the way he's behaving, I say you should take everything. Kalu. If you come for counseling and we start evaluation and stop taking, I will bring you up to speed. The number again, 862. Brother, write it fast. +1 862 571 3950. +1 862 571 3950. So hear me. If you want to marry again as a divorced woman, the fourth thing you need to do in the office of the counselor is to be helped to do stock taking, evaluation of what you took into the marriage and what you are taking out of the marriage. Mind you, one of the products that you have to consider as a gain are children. Now, there is a place of custody and assets during divorce. The divorce will determine the assets and custody of the children. And when that is determined, the rights of a man to still contribute in the life of the children is legally accepted in all the conventions in the world. That is why child support has become a legal thing that most people are enjoying. So once divorce occurs and you are truly seeing a counselor, you will not go and say, I'll collect the children, I'll take care of the children myself. You will not be angry to the extent that the man will not be able to see his children unless he comes to misbehave. And that is where they will give him 300 meters away from your house like with Zippy because of misbehavior. Hear me. If you take care of your children alone after divorce, you will never make life sweet for yourself till you die. I repeat, if one of the investments you got out of the marriage are the children, and you bring them out, and they become an investment you brought out and a burden for you, when the children become reason why you cannot marry again, when your children become the reason why you want to stay single, when the children become the reason why you want to stay until they are old so you can marry, you are a stupid mother and a foolish ex-wife. May I repeat myself? When you do your stock taking and evaluation at when you enter the marriage and when you exiting the marriage, one of the most living items you can get out are children. If you come out of the marriage and you take a decision that the children are young, I don't want to marry again until the children are grown up, it makes you a stupid mother and a foolish ex-wife. The children have fathers. As a matter of fact, when the two of you were married, it was co-parenting. Your husband will supply and you will use. So why now you want to be alone? What do you want to prove? You have nothing to prove. Living alone with your children after divorce and making them the giant in society shows that you are a stupid woman and a foolish, hurting ex-wife. And I repeat it and repeat it again. If you take children and take care of them alone, without the support and investment of their father, they will grow to punish you as a bad woman and a wicked mother. This is why when you are with me and you say the man didn't name the child, and I've been keeping the child for many years, and after divorce 7 years now, he has never looked for the child. After 5 years of our divorce, he doesn't even know what we are. The last time a woman came here to come and lecture us, that she went to the extent of giving the children, 3 children she has with her husband after divorce, to a new stupid husband to name the children by law. Oh, mommy, what Jimmy? Hey, mommy. Now, what dear than Sapai a bar? What the social to send Kuala me and San Eba, Ebre Bema for say once San Kola you ding enko ni dimu, na ni kwati mumbeniana. When na say divorce na wo family, our jaya na Eban, when she had yansani be the one fan chire papem. Mame, enye usubenti na wade niguye na empo usubenti na wade nigu ya ye be ye usubani ho adwuma ama wo wale fufuro biom esa wade ese efataw empresen ni wale Bible mayeti asese Kristo hia oba bia wale imprensia empo emprenum na chi no be mansia na etoso ni obi kunu na oba kwa awade baako akomienu akomiensa enan enum embe megu supeno awade baako pa ugya ye hwese na ho aye tan obi ampew onyonko man kratu wufu se koye wuti wotwe oba bia wufi awade ase a onyonko mba ehia okacho se adwoa na den na abakra kosesa wuti kakra adwoa na den na me kire hwan wanpo de behu uma me wajimi wo le kire hwan abo ajimi what the shot the power soon soon yede. O shot dear pa o soon suman inje. We say now what you mo bon kama we ninja na. Na mo dia ye bom send the tolibia mo jam homa bon sam e fa bo so de kan kwase asem bi sa. Me chisa asem no. And ankwala ni nti untimi shot the po. Hwe obia o hwe ni mase da che obehwe ni bia ye banfo. Ye nhwe maso mehwe ye na che. Now ni mama bi ka say no. Only din ko no ka chem say. O fi ba ko Madina. Na mi adom o wie ba ko nso e wo yarefa. Na temade no asem aba ho. Nya mi adom eno amukọ court. Ye gya sem temade no nso. Oba ba ko emema miensa. deɛ osi yɛ ɛwɔ Medina ɛyɛ dan kɛseɛ fine 3-bedroom house nkurɔfoɔ na ti hɔ no ɔmo ha na adwe nti watu wɔn wɔde ama ne babaa no wɔde 87 ne ba bɛrima panyin a ɔdɔ ɔmo nkyɛn oyalefa deɛ ne nsase da ho ɔde ama no mmienu na aka no ɔde tamadeɛ na yɛgye mu ɔmo na ɛyɛ apartment no ɔde ama ɔmo mmienu nti wakyɛ ama wɔn ɛna baabi a ɔte sisi a no ɔsi ɛyɛ ɔmo nyinaa ɔmo dea just imagine. I pray to God that I will not be a burden on my children. I pray to God that I will not grow and depend on my children. Oh Lord, may I grow and still supply to my children. I told you of a man that the son has grown. He has 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. Anytime he's going to buy a new car, he calls the son, Shamo Silver Star. When the father goes to buy ML1S60, he buys ML1S50 for the son. A 37-year-old boy. I'm talking of a guy that the father will call him and say, hey, Nana, what you magiska? Then I would. Father, never let me depend on my children. It's my prayer. I'm emotional to see mothers after divorce. I am selling my everything to take care of these children. Look, when they grow, they will look for their father. And by then, you become useless. By then, nobody will appreciate you. And because of that, you pollute the mind of the children. Because of that, they can't leave you to go ahead. Don't allow your divorce to affect the children. Hold their father by his balls. If it will take you 20 years to take him to court by law, so he become responsible, do it, oh, do it, oh, do it. Don't be tired. My bread. My bread. My bread. And I did be a see. Uko kwata jaji mba. Uko bide my bread. Eya hiya we man kulanu. Onfa jaji no. So one peswa. And I'm running see onfa man na fa hwe nkwala yem pene so yenji 1 peswa and then yeji 1 peswa or man kwala no 1 peswa for the next 2 years ye besa akọ court ni a increase ya man be ma ekiri ni court mu wo ba eso hwe abofra no esa ejansem hira ene man nipa ye odefo enye enansem hira jawade no na so jawade na me ma be ma no ho ntono se we di free akọ mankwala ne hu se omo papa sombo ma won mankwala ne hu se mu wo eje bi ni din di lotroto mu fees ono no otua eda ye timu no ono otua dan kama ye mu nhia ni papa ma mo ne hu nkasa enti na wagya awade na wote wo na me de me wade bio na be ma de omye sumie me yesumie o hwede me na be hu se me yesumie wadi me da. So in your 4th stage, do an evaluation, and you will take stock after the evaluation, and your stock must profit you. Your stock taking and your whatever you got out of the marriage after divorce should not drain you. Don't bring children to become liabilities. Don't leave marriage and sell what you have to pay the fees of your children. It is not godly, it's ungodly. You come out of marriage, and unfortunately for you, your mother must still feed you and your children. And your husband is working there left-handed. using his penis to fuck other women to produce other children. No, teach him legal sense. Let him know that a man must be responsible. The Bible says that a man who cannot take care of his family is worse than an infidel. So it is a responsibility of a man. That is why when God was pronouncing the curse in the Garden of Eden, he pronounced a curse on the woman, but never pronounced a curse on the man. He said, you will, out of your sweat, you will eat bread. So never leave a man alone after divorce. If a man dies, and that is how your marriage came to an end, and the man built a house for you, don't allow family to take the house. It is part of your investment. And how about why then I buy money must never buy abwa Jimmy Matana wadia who 25 years and quality my reason where Jumem na me kuna weda ye team na me to nkotna baby foforo na ka mudi budos and the to me mbu da ni gume so. And I'll be out kuna unanse na wo pre ne japade ho o ma metwe e mo ka se Jimmy ka sana mo ndwen unya ba ne de na ga meka den obi akuna wu na why we say play japade ho na we ase nyama ya de ko munja mu Jimmy ni babo na monti ase no munja Jimmy ni babo na monti ase no ya de ko me kire ma bi ya de ko ma me Bible that's what we born se mama me nyu ani me anka wo mpe me na awale me anka wo mpe se ya na mo tienti na ye nche no me ma hye mo bo se me chama na ye mo ya me be chepa nti be mo yo and am tia me show yi na tia Matthew chapter 6 and verse number 9. I said, then this is then is said how you should pray. Jesus told the disciples. They asked him, Father, how do we pray then? He said, then this is how you pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9 and verse 10. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Finish. So when you ask me that all these things you are fighting for, why are you taking it to? I'm not taking it to heaven. But as long as I'm on earth, I want to bring heaven on earth. And this is heaven. Have you driven a brand new car before? Have you sat in a car that is from the garage, fresh, 00 before? There's a smell in it. And have you also bought a second-hand car before that you don't know the one who used it? Every day you need tools in that car. Because it gets to a time that when the noise of the engine changes, you know that you need a plier to auto second-hand car than if it. So when I'm fighting over my husband's car, when I'm fighting over my husband's house, stop telling me, say, you are not genuine. You came for property. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Go for property. It's part of your investment investigation. Me, this topic, I'm treating it because I think I need to make a book out of it. How to marry as a woman after divorce. So I might do part 3. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow is a red and black day. We are discussing adult content with Dr. Daniel Fojo tomorrow. So let me do point 4, 5, and continue next week. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, the boy will be out. Wednesday, the boy will be out because I'm in Florida doing deliverance and power ministration in Florida. A wonderful place in Florida. I'm going to Florida. I'm hosted by Pastor Stanley. Pastor Stanley is hosting me, and it's wonderful. Pastor Stanley is hosting me in Florida. So those of you find yourself in Florida, you can get me in 6331 W Commercial The place is called 6331W Commercial, and I think it's W Commercial in Florida. I'm going to be there. I'll put the address. It's on my page already, so I'll be there. So Monday, Tuesday, I am not too sure. I'm teaching on Tuesday, so I'm not too sure. If I get good internet to do something, is that right? Good. But let me do 2 points. So do your investments and make sure that you reinvest your investment. Children are part of the asset you got out of marriage, but they should not become burdens on you. Never ever allow your children to dictate for you after divorce. They don't have right to tell you when you should have a husband. Immediately, if your husband died through divorce, your process of marriage is different. If your marriage collapsed through divorce, if there was pain, there was abuse, that your marriage came to an end, the divorce happens. The law gives you right, if you do a legal divorce, that you can only marry after 2 years of the divorce. That is Ghana law. I think in America it's 1 year. So any asset and alimony that you are fighting, and child custody and child access, all those things will come up to play. And that is how you get married. You don't get married when you've not settled these things. Let any man that marries you know that you went to court and you had a house for yourself. Let any man know that you took your husband to court and took one of the cars, 3 of the cars. Let somebody who wants to marry you hear that you went to court so that your husband can continue paying the fees of the children. Let people know that when you left the marriage, your husband's money, his life insurance, when he went for it, 70% came to you. This is what it means to have an asset after divorce. My wife is watching. She has to learn all these things so that in case I come to divorce her, she will use these things against me, because this book will be written. So that's point number 4. And we can elaborate on the point number 4 as a whole book. Point number 5. Out of your investment, set up an emotional bank to run the investments, financial investments, physical investments, health investments. Very important. Now, as you run this investment, what happens to you is that it is not going to give you your health status after the marriage. So, once you are a woman, we are going to run on you what I call the pre-conceptional care. Pre-conceptional care. So, as a woman who wants to marry again, you have to run through your health status. What is my stage now? When I was leaving the marriage, did I tie my tube? Please, I have sent you a message on WhatsApp. Thank you very much. We'll talk when I'm done with the show. You are leaving the marriage with your tube. When you were entering the marriage, your tube was open. But when you were going out of the marriage with divorce, you came out with a tied tube. Mind you, because you've done tubal ligation as part of your investment out of the marriage, it is becoming a determining factor in your new marriage. So whoever wants to marry you and want children, you are disqualified. So it is also going to affect your taste of the man who will marry you. Not just tubal ligation, but when you are leaving the marriage, you have now attained menopause, so you can't put to birth again. Or when you are leaving the marriage, you had a clinical condition that has reduced your femininity. Or when you are leaving the marriage, it's not determined that you have ulcer. Or when you are leaving the marriage, you are leaving the marriage now as a diabetic patient. A certain condition has entered into you. Or when you are leaving the marriage right now, you are living as a disabled person. You had a spine injury. So the strength that you had to enter your previous marriage, that strength is no more available to enter into a current marriage. So your evaluation and your preconceptional health care will now help us, so we will know who you are to go into marriage. So look, your stock taking is essential. Now, this is health. Then we come into your physical professional evaluation. The fifth point is that as we are doing preconceptional care for you, we want to do professional evaluation for you. When you were leaving the marriage, you were a nurse. Were you still a nurse? If yes, how many years more is left for you to go on retirement after divorce? The counselor must work on that. When you were leaving the marriage, you were unemployed. Were you married to a man who said, don't work, I'll take care of you? So now you are leaving the marriage with no skill, or you have certificate, but you have never worked before. There are women that entered the marriage with master's degree in sweeping, but they have no what do you call it? What do they call this thing? Their CVs have no proof of training of their certificate. So they have the certificates, but they don't have skills with the certificate, because when they got the certificate, they entered into marriage. So when divorce was coming, they came out with master's degree in sweeping, but they have never swept before, because they married a man who said be a housewife. Oh, they married a pastor. So regularly their life was all around the church. The pastor was taking good care of her. So even though she went to school and had a master's degree or a first degree in human resource, she boycotted a national service. She didn't go through a national service, so she has no certificate for employment. She didn't go for a training, so she has no skills to offer after the pastor have divorced her. So we do professional evaluation to see how fit you are currently to be employed. Oh, she was a self-made woman. She was running a shop before the divorce. And after the divorce, she doesn't go to the shop again because the husband has collected. So how will she reincorporate herself into the Mokola business? She was going to China, India, Dubai to bring a certain supply. They were selling bags. They were selling shoes. Now, after the divorce, will she have to still go back to go and import shoes like the husband is doing to choose a husband's customers? I remember the Vitamilk divorce issue. Immediately when the Vitamilk director and the wife divorced, I understand there is another milk that the wife is also doing. And people are speaking against her. Her total life around the husband, the only thing she has learned doing is milk drink. So if she's married to the man for 35 years, the developed skill is milk. So if she's going to become a competitor to the ex-husband's business, shall we see? Have I taught you something today? So let these things be part. So if you want to marry after divorce and the things I've taught you today, none of them have become part of your cliche, you've not gone through it, you've not met a counselor, then don't think of marriage. Counselor, please. The number again. So please take the number again, Gloria. 862 571 3950. 862 571 3950. 862 571 3950. 862 571 3950. 862 571 3950 is a WhatsApp call. So, my dear, you have the WhatsApp call on your phone. Call me. Because of you, I've pinned it on WhatsApp. I've pinned it on Facebook. It's there. Thank you very much for supporting me by coming, Gloria. Gloria, the number is there. Call me on that WhatsApp number. So let us help you build your life again. The point number 4, I explained, take stock. Point number 5, may we use the stock taking to re-evaluate your current state of life. Because if you are going to enter into marriage again, when you were entering into the marriage with your previous life, you have now come into a new place. So what are you having to enter into the new marriage? That is why we do the stock taking. And after the stock taking, we have to begin to prepare you health-wise, business-wise, physical-wise, and emotional-wise. After we have done evaluation of your investments. So point number 5, you'll be prepared with the outcome of your stock taking. And that would determine what you do in point number 6. So point number 6, what do you do? Have the desire to marry again. That is where the cognitive counseling comes in. Now we are going to have a discussion on your expectation in marriage to build for you what we call personality checklist. This is where you are going to do your temperament profile testing, and we will help you create the desire to marry again. And in this desire, we are now going to teach you what to do to attract the attention of new men as a divorcee. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's any question to be asked, I came to teach. I will end part 2 of how to marry as a divorcee here. I promise you, a book will be made out of this lecture. I am convinced that a lot of women who have decided not to marry, either because no man is coming or they have divorced based on the wrong experiences they have, I have the capacity to help them marry again. If we have to fight for your husband's property, come, I'll help you. If we have to fight your husband to take care of the children, come, I'll help you. If we have to make it sensible to everybody around you that you never killed your husband but it was natural disaster, come. If you are married after divorce and the marriage has collapsed again, there's a scripture that proves that you can marry many times as a woman. John chapter 4. And I read for you that scripture that Jesus met the woman at the well and told the woman, you have 6 husbands. 5 of them you are married and divorced. The 6th one currently is somebody's husband. So the right to marry again is not against the faith called Christianity. Don't allow your pastor to keep you gnashing without marriage. Any question so that I close in the next 15 minutes? I open for questions. But remember, whilst I wait for questions, I want to remind you, you can marry again. And it makes sense if you marry again. Don't stay as a single woman without marrying. Marry again. If you have a question, you can pull it up here and I'll do for you. You can do even requests on TikTok and I'll pick you up. Remember that MSP 30 is for women. Any menstrual issue you are having, whether you are a woman flowing well or not, the most important thing is that make sure you have a hormonal imbalance drug. And the best now on the market is MSP 30. It's worldwide use. If you have anybody who wants to put to birth, pregnancy has become a challenge for them. All you need to do is to call me 862-571-3950 and we will ship it to your doorsteps. Those who made the order yesterday, shipment was done this morning. Those in California will receive their own. Those in Massachusetts will receive their own. Wherever you are, those in UK never sent a message yesterday. All you need to do is to give us your address. MSP 30 and ginger market chips will come to you and you will testify like Nana. When Nana came yesterday, she said for many years, this is the first time that she took just 2 cups of MSP 30 and she's testifying that the medicine works. Please order yours now. Facebookers, Straight Talk, order yours. Gloria, order yours. As long as you remain as a woman, order yours. The same way if you don't have a child that you want to put to birth, get in touch with me. I'll help you take seed. No matter what the doctors are saying, I'll take you to the other side and I'll make sure you have a child. If you also have girls and you want boys, get in touch with me. If you also have boys and you want girls, I am a gender chatter. call me once again on 862-571-3950. This one is very insightful. I think our churches need this lecture. I'm ready to come to your churches, but let me tell you the truth. I did a churches for more than 13 years without charging any church. And the pastors ended up insulting me in the pulpit that I'm antichrist. And some of them are genius in the body of Christ. Some of them, when I was lecturing in the Bible school, they were there in the Bible school. So I realized that I'm cheaping myself because free things that doesn't have value. So I stopped free. So if your church wants me, I'm ready, but I'll take a fee. So I'll teach them. If not, the members should come and learn on my line for free. They preach the Bible says you shouldn't marry after divorce. And if you do, you'll be what? Sanctioned. Okay. Any pastor who says don't marry after divorce, let them read the book of Deuteronomy, chapter number 24. Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm going to give you the scripture. It says, if a man is distasteful with the wife, he should give her a certificate of divorce. So most of us, we have not really understood what usually we are preaching, because our life has become, so I read it for you, Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1 to 4. Where Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1 to 4. Are you there? Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1 to 4. Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1 to 4. I think I'm right. Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse number 1 to 4. 24 Deuteronomy, verse 1 to 4. Because that fear is the reason why most women are still in the church. And some of them can even marry other men. Deuteronomy chapter 24. Let's go. Okay. So Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse number 1. It says, if a man marries a woman who becomes displeasing to him because he finds something indecent about her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce, give it to her and send her from her house. So you sack her. And if after she leaves his house, she becomes the wife of another man, so you can marry again after divorce, and her second husband dislike her and writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her and sends her from her house, or if he dies, 2 conditions. Then her first husband who divorced her is not allowed to marry her again after she has been defiled. So when you divorce a woman and the woman goes to marry and the husband dies, you can't come back, but she has the right to marry other new men. That's what the Bible says. So marry again. So straight talk. That's the truth. I'm enjoying the stock talking. Thank you so much. Finally, my time is up. I've done 5 hours of lecture. Go to my YouTube and watch part 1 and make sure you follow part 2. Those of you on TikTok, you have tidbits of it. I'm glad you came. Honorable Yao, thank you for joining me. I saw Clarice passing through, and the rest of you, and those of you who didn't come to the lecture, I'm grateful you didn't come. But I've come to lecture. If you want to have counseling with me so you can marry again, or you want to go through peaceful divorce, please call me 862-571-3950. This number is a worldwide number, 862-571-3950. 862-571-3950. I'm out of here. Order for your MSP 30 and we'll bring it wherever you are. Thank you, Straight Talk. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you all who joined me. My name is Reverend Dr. Counselor George Luttrell. I happen to be the higher counselor of your time. This is my page. Follow me on Facebook immediately. So when I come, you can get the alerts. Counselor Luttrell. Follow me immediately. Facebook like page. Follow me on TikTok, Counselor_Luttrell. Follow me on YouTube, Counselor Luttrell TV. Tomorrow is Friday. And you know, Friday we do sex talk shows. So tomorrow we are discussing how to deal with snoring. Can sexual intercourse cure snoring? We're also going to venture into how to deal with sleep disorders. Then we come back to the effect of sex positions. Can the sex position affect your womb? We have a story of a lady who believed that the length of the husband's male organ has repositioned her womb, and that is why she's not able to take seed. I don't know who taught her that. Bula Matalia assassin odie. Well, when the come out there, how true is it? Can a male organ hit you like that? Somebody says when they have good sexual intercourse, they don't snore at night. Can sexual intercourse cure snoring? Somebody says she can't have sex because they are asthmatic. Is it wrong for an asthmatic person to have a doggy? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is another day. We'll start late because it's a late night talk. 9 p.m. Ghana time. It's 9 p.m. Nahano. Remember, if you need to talk to anybody about your emotions and relationship, there is one man. His name is Reverend Dr. Counselor George Luttrell. For short, Counselor 1. Call me on the number 862-571-3950. I am the seller of Makwe Ginger Honey Chips. And I also sell fans, rechargeable fans for those of you in Ghana. Doomsaw is coming back. For some time, we will experience Doomsaw for some time. So I'm selling for you a rechargeable fan that can stay for 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 solid hours. I say 4 hours. So when you have a fan that can be used as ceiling fan, a fan that
Get
can
ready
be
for
used
the
as
ultimate
normal
cooling
fan.
experience with our portable, rechargeable 4-speed fans. These amazing fans can keep you cool for a staggering 58 hours on a single charge. With added features such as remote control, LED lights, and a phone charging port, you'll stay comfortable and connected wherever you go. Don't miss out. Contact me now to get yours. Get ready for the ultimate cooling experience with our portable, rechargeable 4-speed fans.
Who are ready to buy the rechargeable fan, call the same number on WhatsApp and we will get it for you immediately. Immediately you will have it. Keep that in your head. Now to the divorce party that is happening Saturday with microphone vice president is a wonderful
Yo, madam, for the This coming November 16th here, a divorce party, no, and the bus life and clear. So, over now, we take it now, Babylon. So, the only second day, on top of the ticket, sister, and now, a stress, broken heart, and divorce. 3-1, Yakabu, Mr. Bra, father of Bra, even proud as well, and you are invited. Now people asking, oh, now our response, you are invited. What's our real wedding and today? And I'm your roommate. You are also invited. Sister, brother, divorce party, November 16th, and Paye Bibra, and your best starting 9 p.m. till daybreak. And then you
The divorce party is happening this Saturday, November 16th, and Webchester Avenue. You will never regret you did so. Good night to the rest of you who are going to join us.
Hello, Minyama. Me say a droya me baby do mo dance ya cho Mrs. Bento me do mo dance ye minim a dra me baby do hu asem acho MSP 30 me say a draw we abra na me to me nya bra me say my bra jide one day no kra no so moja no emba papa me say a draw we and the twitwa jene wonim say untumi nya bra yi a wonnom a draw we a senya wo say oba uflo ema uflo pepepe womo a omo ko eficha na omajase yom ya chese wontumi nya won ho hwe me say MSP 30 a draw we me say me nti a me di ho adanse ayeden a kire umpe bi nto ya pebito oba uchima asai oba wo ye chima agise ye tewonka MSP 30 na record ma na unim say secret ba ko san wo ho say even say enye chima crampo a unto say wonnuma esiesi wase eyi nkabone ema ye yeast infection ni ajade nyina me say a draw way I friend MSP 30 no juma edima me maso ahwe woso kone kososhe me maso ahwe woso kone kososhe na me say opedodo etua eni yera kwan ya telephone number na woso
0277 609 644
me dase makbe honey ginger chips na ginger na honey na chips wake ginger efe chips ni eba chowda me pacha se ebeti wenu esiesie onipedue mu ema omoja emu esane meke enye ne chips ne nkwa ye won powder ne so de anopa osore a wo de aye nsuo kakra warm water bi na wanom oba wonum esiesie wase oba wonum ema wenum ete mo amokom nkrofo nche na mu di nkomo achase wenum emu nte wase so enye me recommend makbe ginger honey e de amawo ne chips ne so ene so bebia wonam bia no tumi de tu kan mu ukotokuo mu na ewo ho de bia sanya wenum ebete bema ema wapomudi usisi mu utwedie mu eyede I making ye wonye wo amanone upebi wo amanone a sei na ya package no the number ni ni
862 215 2007 862-215-2007.
And na eba no ya kromu ha Ghana ha dia chese ebusu wo shop biare mu but ye number so a upedudu etu ananka se upedi anka se yuso a eno so eno
0277 609 644.
Makbe honey ginger me say pebi na obedamas.
Michael, what's up with my immune system? Yeah, Minya, Mamma Bike.
But you are Tony near.
Ah, let's not go be able to go in Babato.
Because supporting my boost phone in our immune system. Hey, that's a Chevac t-shirt. Bato t-shirt. The pamba of Frank, I know. Your t-shirt to go, mommy.
Boss, champion, Mr. Mr. Only one.
Okay.
Vacuum and supporting a new system.
And your well-being.
Vico 20 is not suitable for children under 12 years of age, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. A quality product from Joy Herbal Center. This advertisement has been vetted and approved.
Yare yes. Obi benya one fi yare. Yamfa yare nsu nya nipa. Sichire yare ni no. Sickness can determine the last straw of your life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and loved ones, supporters of our foundation, the CL Foundation for Health, Diabetes and Asthma and Cerebral Palsy. We are knocking at your doors, knocking at your pocket, knocking at your emotions. Support me and my team to support people living with diabetes, asthma and cerebral palsy. Your donations are welcome on 862-215-2007. Your Zelle 862-215-2007. MTN Ghana numbers 055 000 5077 055 000 5077. It is the MTN number. CL Foundation for Health and Support. Help us with the diabetes equipment, glucometers, wheelchairs, old clothing, new clothing, financial support, and let's give it to the needy. Thank you for your support.